Oh, I thought you were going to test Anthony's.
Testing Dias mics.
Testing podium mics.
And then this was weird because one of these. Here's a Logitech.
One of them's from the old one.
Okay, that makes me feel better.
Because the one that is working is in the back of. You're still selected onto the teams.
I haven't heard it go through the YouTube. I might have YouTube muted.
I have YouTube muted.
I have YouTube muted. Okay, let me try this one more time.
Testing podium mic.
Testing Dias mics.
Okay, let me try this one more time. Okay, let me try this one more time. Testing podium mic.
Testing Dias mics.
All right. Garrett, I think we're good.
Yep.
We're, well, it's stuck on the Anthony mic.
Oh.
And I thought it would go back. It's back now. Okay. That's weird.
I'm wondering. That was me talking.
Hi, Dwight. It's Lee. Can you hear me? Testing. Okay. I thank you.
All right, time is 6 o'clock, and I'm going to call the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Coppell Independent School District into session. First thing we need to do is just establish a quorum. To my right, we have Trustee Anthony Hill joining us tonight. She is remote and online, but we do have Trustee Lee Walker on the Zoom with us, Board Secretary Joby Matthew, Vice President Nicole Bentley, Trustees Ronna Raval and Jonathan Powers, and myself. We do have everyone here in attendance. Lee, thank you for joining us, whatever time it is where you are in the world. We appreciate you being here with us. First thing we need to do is sorry, I had something different in my mind on what we were going to do first. So first thing we're going to do is do our innovative learning presentation.
So one of the things that I most enjoy about this job is the opportunity to visit campuses. And in my visit to East Middle School, I was just in the hall watching what was going on, and I encountered some students that were involved in what I consider to be an innovative learning practice. In my years as superintendent, I always felt like that this was a great opportunity to showcase creative approach to teaching and learning. And I was just really impressed by the students, how engaged they were in the work and the lessons that our teachers had designed. And so I'm going to ask their principal, Miss Melissa Arnold, to introduce her group. Miss Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for letting us have the opportunity to come today and to present to the board the fun things happening at East. Mr. Williams actually found me in the cafeteria and said, there are great things happening at East. And I was like, yeah, each and every day. We do some pretty cool learning things. And so I'm super excited today that you're going to get to hear from 3 of our students who are in the 6th grade social studies. And I want to introduce their teachers, 2 of whom are here tonight to introduce the students as well. Our 6th grade social studies team is made up of Miss Haley Hipke, Miss Lauren Scruggs, and Mrs. Elaine Shimming-Daly. And all 3 of these teachers are very amazing at what they do, specifically creating activities which make history come alive. And so the assignment that they're going to present today is one that could be very, very simple, but one that they have innovated and made it to where the students will remember how to find the outcome each and every day for the rest of their lives, honestly. So without further ado, I will bring up Ms. Hipke and Ms. Scruggs.
Hi, everyone. I'm Haley Hipke.
And I'm Lauren Scruggs.
And we are both Coppell grads and teachers at East. And we have loved teaching at East so much. I'm so happy that I have her on my PLC team because every single day we are coming up with innovative learning experiences. Last week, we literally did a Shark Tank business pitch with the kids, and they got to create new and exciting ideas using economics terms. And so that was really fun. And then even this week, as I was watching Alabama football, I saw this really great quote from Ty Simpson, our quarterback. And he was talking about how before the game, he was trying to motivate them to do better. And he said, I told them before the game, it's Alabama against the world. When we walk out of there, we're gladiators, and this is the Coliseum. And then literally next week, we're talking about Roman empires. So I was like, perfect. Every single day, we can always tie in our curriculum, and I'm ready to always have crazy ideas for my team to listen to me in PLC. So I'm so happy for them. As a teacher, one of my goals is that I always want to make learning engaging and innovative to all my learners. I never want them to come into social studies and think that it is a boring topic, and I feel like Lauren and I do a great job at trying to make the past exciting and memorable. So when Mr. Williams came to our school, he saw us learning probably one of our most boring concepts you could ever imagine, latitude and longitude. And when he came and he saw kids doing this activity, he was super impressed because, one, we're getting middle schoolers who are brand new to our school and they're exploring the entire campus. And then they're also learning a lot of map skills like latitude and longitude, and they're doing it well. I don't know about y'all, but like I always depend on my husband to chauffeur me all around Coppell, even though I've lived here my whole life. So that is something that is really important to me, to get them focusing on those map skills and getting them to know our great campus of East. So I just wanted to thank you guys all for being here today. And I really want to get this started with the real stars of the show, my students. I appreciate y'all all attending this meeting tonight, but I want you to hear about these experiences that are hands-on in learning in CISD from Jaden, Arav, and Ketov.
My name is Ara, and I want to take a moment to talk about something that's really changed the way I see school: innovative learning through my social studies classroom. Before, I used to think learning only meant sitting at a desk, taking notes, and memorizing things for tests. I have always been a great student, but this year has shown me that learning can be fun and so much more. From projects that let us explore cultures around the world, to using latitude and longitude to navigate our school like real-life explorers, we've been learning by doing, thinking, and experiencing.
One of my favorite moments was when we used coordinates to travel through the halls and answer questions about different countries and cultures. It felt like we were on a global mission, not just extending our learning on something I used to think was boring, like latitude and longitude. This kind of learning helps us connect ideas, solve problems, and work as a team. It makes school feel like an adventure, not just a place. And most importantly, it shows that knowledge isn't something we just find in books. It's something we can experience.
My social studies teacher makes me look forward to coming to school because every day at East feels like an adventure in Miss Hipke's class. Spending more time learning about the world excites me to learn more daily. But she is not the only teacher at my school that makes me feel this way. East has many great teachers, the kind who just don't teach lessons but bring them to life. They encourage us to ask questions. They encourage us to ask questions, try new things, and even make mistakes, because that's how we grow. And the environment at my school is creative, supportive, and fun. We're not just students in a classroom. We're explorers, creators, problem solvers, and sometimes even the teachers ourselves. Because of these experiences, I've gained more confidence, discovered what I'm passionate about, and learned new ways how to think in I've learned how to think in new ways.
That's the power of innovative learning. It doesn't just help us do better in school, it helps us become better versions of ourselves.
So let's keep being curious, keep exploring, and keep learning in ways that are bold, hands-on, and yes, a little bit fun. Thank you.
I want to thank the Miss Arnold for being here tonight, the teachers for coming in, and I so appreciate you engaging your students in the learning process and creating those great lessons. I just was so impressed with the students and how they were completely on task. The thought of sixth graders running up and down the hall sometimes can be challenging, but they were completely on task in the learning process. Students, thank you for coming tonight, presenting in front of a packed boardroom. I know it's a little daunting. And parents, thank you. I appreciate you for bringing your students with tonight. And again, we really we want to thank you. And you know, one of the things that I love about this district is I do love visiting the classrooms and watching the students do their thing. And again, just a great example of that. So again, let's have one more round of applause for this group.
Amanda, do you want a picture?
Mr. Williams, I'll let you continue on with our district highlights and updates.
So in lieu of time, we're just going to focus on the innovative instruction practice. So at the next board meeting, you'll hear from quite a few students, including recognition of our National Merit semifinalists. So
Awesome. Thank you, sir. That'll take us into our invocation and pledge tonight, led by Trustee Rana Raval.
Good evening, everyone. Dear Lord, as we gather here tonight, let us take a moment to center our hearts and minds. May we approach the work before us with integrity, wisdom, and an unwavering commitment to the core values that guide Coppell ISD. In every discussion and decision, may we stay grounded in our mission to create profound learning experiences for our learners. We recognize that the challenges before us require courage and compassion. May we face them together with clarity of purpose and a shared dedication to serving our students, families, educators, and community. We are deeply grateful for the steady leadership of our interim superintendent during this time of transition, and we look forward with excitement and hope as we welcome our new superintendent into our Coppell ISD family. As we begin this meeting, may our words be thoughtful, our decisions be wise, and our actions lead us toward a future that makes our students, families, and community proud. Amen. Please join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so that'll take us to, I think, the reason a lot of you guys are here tonight for our open forum. We did have 47 folks sign up to speak tonight. So if you haven't been here before for open forum or spoken, here's our format and kind of how this works. I will, when we have large numbers, Secretary Matthew is our timekeeper. We do have 1 minute allotted for each person tonight, so that we can hear everyone. You'll hear his alarm go off, and then he'll wave the time paddle. And at that point, if you will please wrap up your comments, that will be appreciated. What I will do here in just a second, I've got one thing I need to read, but I will call you up in groups of 3 to 5, and if you can just kind of line up, behind the podium, and we'll just kind of keep the transition going. I think, Carol, we have some people overflowed to the lobby. Is that right? So I'll just make sure if you're not here, when it's your turn, we'll give you an opportunity to make your way up front. So just be wary of that. If you'll give me a second, I will read our statement, and then we will get underway. The board encourages comments about the Coppell Independent School District from citizens of the district, its employees, or from other members of the public. Anyone who has signed up to speak in advance of the meeting in accordance with the board policy and procedures may do so at this time. The board asks that each participant's comments pertain to public education and be no longer than 1 minute. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, during regular board meetings such as this, the public can speak on any topic related to public education. However, the board may not discuss or act upon any issues that are not posted on our agenda. In addition, the board has adopted complaint policies that are designed to secure at the lowest administrative level a prompt and equitable resolution of complaints and concerns. Complaints brought by employees may be heard in accordance with policies DGBA Legal and DGBA Local, by students or their parents in accordance with policies FNG Legal and FNG Local, and by citizens in accordance with policies GF Legal and GF Local. Each of these processes provides that if a resolution cannot be achieved administratively, the person may appeal the administrative decision to the board as a properly posted agenda item. Copies of our district policies and procedures on public participation in meetings and filing complaints are available online at the Coppell Independent School District website, which is coppellisd.com. So I will kind of start the process off, and then your time, just so you know, once your name is called, if you'll just step to the podium, state your name and address, and at that time, the timer will start. So our first group, our first speaker will be Patty Carpenter, followed by Megan Blanton, Gautam Muraladar. And if I say it wrong, guys, please forgive me. I do get tripped up at times. James Booker, and then Jeff Benavides. All right, Patty, when you're ready.
All right. Patty Carpenter. I live at 314 Stonemead Way, right across from the town hall. I am a 35-year citizen of Coppell with my husband, and we have 4 children who went through Town Center, starting in August of 1996 through May, the end of May in 2013. We spent 19 years in that school. And it's more than a structure or a building, it's a family. It represents a family to us and all the memories that we had being a part of that school. From school activities, as well as our younger son who is here, he started out as a Tiger Scout at Town Center and went on through the Boy Scouting system. But besides it being a family and not just a building and a structure, it also is a strategic place in our community. It stands at the crossroads of Denton Tap, which is a major thoroughfare, as well as Parkway Boulevard. And it is near a lot of strategic places, such as the park systems, the justice system, the town center, as well as the community garden. And I think that's important for a school to be.
Okay, Megan Blanton, 108 Trailwood Lane. Good evening, members of the board, district leadership, and community members. Thank you for your service and for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. We are representing more than 1,300 community members who are deeply invested in the future of our schools. We have concerns that the September 22nd, 2025 proposal to close Town Center Elementary is built on an analysis that is inconclusive and could lead to unintended negative consequences for students and the community. Our goal is to present additional context and information so that any decision is based on the most accurate and thorough data possible. We respectfully ask you to pause before moving forward with this recommendation and vote no on October 6th to allow time for a collaborative review of the evaluation process and a more comprehensive analysis of the factors involved. The proposal's foundation of incomplete and inaccurate data invalidates it. Adoption would be a failure to our students, our community, and your fiduciary responsibility.
JJ, I'll call you Ryan Tanner next in line.
Hi, Gautam Muralidhar, 141 Dickens Drive. Okay, I want to focus on the starting point of the proposal's analysis, the scoring rubric itself. In April of 2024, the 7.1.1 committee was created with the following purpose: to quote, develop an evaluation process that promotes more efficient facility and property management, cost savings, improved learning environments, transparency, data-driven decision-making, and long-term sustainability in property management by prioritizing expenditure and addressing long-term needs, unquote. It was in this group that the rubric was created. It was this rubric that was approved by the board on June 10th, 2024, and was used in the first evaluation of our facility usage that resulted in the proposal presented to the district of September 9th, 2024. I'm going to let James continue.
Hello, my name is James Booker. I live at 475 Grace Lane. For the September 22nd, 2025 proposal, a new rubric was used that did not follow the evaluation process created under the Coppell ISD Strategic Plan Objective 7 Strategy 7.1 and Committee 7.1.1. The community dialogue sessions that started in August, which were an important data gathering points, do not appear to be a part of that this process that has been followed since June of 2024. Categories added to and removed from the previous version without input from 7.1.1 or from CERC were not approved by the Board of Trustees. A welcomed precedent was set last year to make data-driven decisions that were clear to the community. The new rubric that was used this year did not follow that same process for determining which metrics would be used to help make decisions. We find that several of the scoring measures need to be reviewed for completeness and accuracy. We urge the Board of Trustees to consider re-engaging with established CERC and 7.
Jeff Benavidez, 108 Cedar Crest Court. The current proposal relies heavily on an already outdated and historical projection of enrollment numbers provided by the demographer prior to the start of this 2025-2026 school year. We are now well into the 25-26 planning cycle, and the district has more accurate and updated enrollment numbers for each campus, yet these numbers weren't used in the analysis leading to the September 22nd proposal. Like other schools, Town Center Elementary now has a pre-K program due to last year's efforts to right-size pre-K across the district, a massive, tangible addition to the enrollment profile. As these numbers are not included in the enrollment data used in the proposal presented on September 22nd, the board cannot, in good faith, justify a flagship school closure based on an outdated estimate from 2 years ago that ignores current reality and the facts on the ground. This inaccuracy means the recommendation is invalid, and you must vote no on October 6th to give enough time to conduct a collaborative approach to any rubric changes and complete a more accurate analysis of the factors in the rubric.
Second, JJ. I'm going to call up, again, forgive me, as it Chaofeng Yang and Jenny, and then Brent Billington will be with them. Go ahead.
JJ Lipout, 136 Rustic Meadow Way. We understand and agree that regeneration is an important factor for CISD. However, the information shared in the 922 presentation was incomplete. It only considered single-family home sales within a half-mile radius and only over a 4-month period. That approach leaves out multifamily housing like apartments and rentals, which are often more densely populated, can boost enrollment, and provide one of the lowest cost entry points for families into CISD. Looking at just 4 months of listing is also too narrow of a sample size, and limiting the data to a half-mile radius may miss less expensive neighborhoods in a school zone. To get a clearer picture, we work with a real estate lender to pull active, pending, coming soon, and closed home listings over the past 12 months and over the past 5 years. The results show that in the past year, town center listings were only 6% higher than the lowest cost school zone and 40% lower than another school zone that was in final consideration, a significant difference from the data currently being presented. Over a 5-year time period, town center falls right in the middle of the pack.
My name's Ryan Tanner. I live at 304 Morning Mist. And just to follow up what JJ said, our request is very simple. Please go back and update the analysis. Calculate student density by dividing the total number of elementary students by the total number of residences to account for multifamily housing and rentals. Look at a full year, or better yet, 5 years of home sales, and break the results down by school zone. This data is all gathered very quickly, very easily, and it would give the board a much more accurate picture of residents.
Chaofeng Yang, 204 Sleepy Hollow Lane. The current proposed list expansion is a data point for consideration. This component is related to the renovation potential of the current facility and ability to update and modernize a facility for future use. TCE was designated as unable to be expanded based on the estimation of square foot for the campus without a professional evaluation, and based on the assumption that the City of Coppell will not allow access through city property to cause the accessibility problem. As a matter of fact, thanks to our ISD, TCE just has been updated and modernized this past summer, and the building can be easily extended to the old playground to host the future expansion.
Jenny Yu, 204 Sleepy Hollow Lane. So a precedent has already been set that the city would actually, in fact, give access to complete any renovations necessary when the TCE playground was renovated as part of the previously bond approval. To assume the city would not consider a second request along the same lines is baseless. The city managers, his team, and any related professionals have not been contacted formally for this matter. So the incompleteness of this component in the proposal leaves no option but to vote no on October 6th to give enough time to collect the data and complete a more accurate analysis for the factors in the rubric in order to make a well-informed decision.
1 second, Brent. I'm going to call Lauren Benavidez, Dominique Navarez, and Paul Haig.
Brent Billington, 200 Beechwood Lane. The traffic safety and accessibility factor added to the rubric was not scored based on factual data or measurable information. On September 23rd, CISD confirmed that no professional traffic study or civil engineering review was ever performed to support the addition of this factor. And that traffic counts and incident reports, data that is regularly collected by the City of Coppell, were never requested. I'm a local civil engineer who specializes in design of municipal roads. And I took a closer look at the metrics that CISD claimed were used to score this factor: traffic flow, parking access, pedestrian safety, emergency access, and compliance. With the assistance of 2 other professional engineers to ensure that this review was unbiased, one is zoned for Mockingbird, by the way, they performed a desktop traffic and safety analysis of each campus. The results of this analysis revealed significant inconsistencies and a concerning lack of accuracy in the scores for each elementary school. A copy of this analysis was sent to the board on September 27th.
Lauren Benavidez, 108 Cedar Crest Court. Based on the professional assessment of multiple subject matter experts, Town Center Elementary should have scored high in traffic safety and accessibility. This is an indisputable fact. Hertz Road has the largest roadway width at 44 feet, allowing adequate space for traffic to pass queued vehicles in both directions during drop-off and pickup times, and improving safety by providing clear access for emergency vehicles. TCE is not only adjacent to a fire station, but it is also right next to the only police station within CISD boundaries. In a world where school shootings are an unfortunate reality, this is a benefit that cannot be ignored and improves both the safety of our children and peace of mind of parents. The fact that no due diligence was performed in the scoring of this category, no experts consulted, and no community input provided, despite a precedent of taking these actions for other rubric factors, all support one thing. The current traffic safety and accessibility scoring is fundamentally flawed and is not based on real data.
I'm going to call Megan Mitchell, Katie Lambert, and Tiffany Tai.
Dominic Navarez, 292 Park Valley Drive. So we recently spoke directly with Coppell Firehouse number 3, which is in Town Center, and confirmed that it will be closed while undergoing a complete renovation starting mid-year 2026. While the emergency calls will be spread among all the Coppell fire stations, the neighborhood in the northeast quadrant of Sandy Lake and Dent Tap would be primarily serviced by the closest fire station, which is Firehouse number 5. Firehouse number 5 is located directly in front of Austin Elementary. This is the same location that the current proposal would nearly double the amount of school traffic during drop-off and pickup times, while also seeing a significant increase in emergency response call volume. Seconds matter in an emergency. An emergency response delays due to traffic congestion would put the lives of Coppell residents at risk. I encourage you to vote no until a detailed traffic and safety assessment can be completed.
Paul Haig, 220 Beechwood Lane, father of 3, 2 of which attend TCE, committee chair of Town Center's Cub Scout Pack 850, and an eye doctor in the community for the past 15 years. Vote no to closing Town Center. The board's job is to make sure big decisions are based on thoroughness and integrity. The current recommendation doesn't meet that standard. Before making a final vote, the board needs to complete a comprehensive traffic analysis and report secure necessary city permissions before considering expandability, validate the financial and demographic data, specifically by reviewing regeneration data through a proper value analysis to ensure the core assumptions are sound. Honor community engagement, so important. Ensure the community dialogue report is formally reviewed by the CERC, thereby respecting the time and input of all the stakeholders. And also, just to go a little off script, safety matters. Town Center is strategic. It's an amazing school. Thank you.
Megan Mitchell, 353 Park Valley Drive. The board is asked to vote no on this recommendation to demonstrate a commitment to sound governance. This no vote is not an end to the discussion. It is a vote to require a necessary recalibration to ensure the integrity of the data and process. This approach will restore the community's trust in the process and guarantee an outcome based on accurate, defensible information. The board must affirm that the decision-making process will only move forward once all due diligence is complete, data is validated, and community input is formally integrated.
My name is Katie Lambert. I live at 328 Park Valley Drive. In addition to the previously proposed solutions that were reviewed last year by the board, we have taken last week to put together a document outlining a new proposal in great detail. This solution has gained a lot of support in the community and is something that will sustain the district longer than any proposal made thus far. This solution, along with additional documentation, will be emailed to each board member. We encourage you to dive deeper into this document and truly consider all valuable options.
I'm also going to call, one second, I'm going to call up Karen Cunningham, Christy Mitchell, and Tyler Wright. Tiffany, you can go when you're ready.
I'm Tiffany Ty, 121 Dickens Drive. I just want to tell you why Town Center is unique. Town Center Elementary's physical location is unique in many ways, all of which are irreplaceable by the other campuses. It is 600 feet or a 2-minute walk from the Cosby Library, which hosts many programs to TCE. The 4th grade students take a zero-cost field trip to the library. They get to go behind the scenes and learn more about how our city library functions and everything they can do and learn within those walls. No other location can take advantage of this proximity. Town Center Elementary is 0.6 miles or only a 9-minute walk from the core. The school utilizes the local fitness facility for field day every year where all students walk to the core and they get to have an adventure in the pool before season opens. No other school can take advantage of this proximity.
Karen Cunningham, 264 Alex Drive. Town Center Elementary is 0.6 miles or a 3-minute bike ride from Andrew Brown East, where 76 of our students from grades 3 to 5, along with Coach Hayes, Special Resource Officer Tanner, and many adult volunteers ride with the TCE Black Bike Club every week on their roughly 4.5-mile bike ride after school through the park. No other location can take advantage of this proximity. Town Center Elementary is 0.2 miles or a 5-minute walk from Coppell City Hall. The kindergarten students take a zero-cost field trip to City Hall every year to learn more about how our city works. They meet with city councilmen, with the women, learn about what kind of decisions are made by these prominent officials, and they obtain a unique exposure to government at a very young age. There's no other location that can take advantage of this proximity.
Hi, Christy Mitchell, 305 North Hertz Road. TCE is 0.4 miles from the fire and police stations, providing unmatched level of safety. next door to the city garden and the future site of the Veterans Memorial opening in November, and it is proudly featured as a part of the district's city tour to new residents, which showcase the aforementioned city amenities, central location, wide pedestrian sidewalks, and stunning views of the canals as the tour drives from City Hall to the library. Now imagine the optics of a closed school right in the middle. No other location can take advantage of this proximity. The board has previously considered this question. If you had to start all over with a fresh slate, where would you build our schools? It would be very hard to argue Town Center wouldn't be the first spot you'd pick. It is uniquely situated in one of the most walkable and accessible parts of the city, fostering a strong sense of community. Simply put, it is the very reason that many new families choose to move to Coppell and enroll their kids in CISD. Closing TCE would diminish the vibrancy of this central hub and negatively impact the district entirely. Cost savings related to these proximity benefits are provided in the additional documentation that will be emailed to the board after this meeting. Thank you.
Jacqueline Kincaid, Dale Ruby, Ted Ford, and Noah Bingris. You can go ahead.
Tyler Reich, 322 Tanglewood Lane. And just as important beyond Town Center's great location, let's talk about the data behind the closure recommendation. The data is insufficient and uses rubrics that were not properly communicated or approved. The recommendation relies on outdated enrollment numbers, which excludes the current pre-K enrollment for Town Center. There are unrealistic assumptions about the regeneration data, city permissions, and renovation access. It also omits critical safety traffic study and excludes the committee like CERC from a review process. To summarize, 3 critical tasks are missing from the 922 proposal to make an informed decision. Number 1, the proposal lacks a crucial traffic study for all sites impacted. It does not address the renovation access questions through formal requests to the city manager and other required professionals, relying instead on assumptions. Lastly, it does not include a valid study on regeneration using feasible, reasonable, and statistically significant metrics.
Shane Jones, 132 Woodcrest. We have performed those studies referenced using industry professionals and publicly available information. We have contacted the city to confirm that communication and inquiry related to renovation access was not completed. With the use of that data, we have also created and shared measurably more viable alternatives that achieve the cost savings and meet strategic goals without negatively impacting the city's students, communities, or creating a school desert. It's your role as the board of elected officials representing this community to ask questions, dig deeper, challenge the information presented to you to ensure that the decisions that are being made are in the best interest of the community you so strongly desire to represent. The decision before you is grounded in data, not conjecture. We urge you to listen to the community, uphold the standards of sound planning, heed the data that's shared with you today, and vote no on October 6th to give enough time to conduct a collaborative approach to any rubric changes and complete a more accurate analysis of the factors in that rubric. We feel confident that because CERC and 7.1.1 committees have already been established, this collaboration and review can be completed by the beginning of November and a more accurate proposal created for presentation. Thank you for your time, your consideration. Again, this group represented over 1,300 members of the community who maybe couldn't be here today. Thanks.
Jacqueline Kincaid, 276 Lodge Road. I'm a mom to 3 students at Canyon Ranch Elementary. I'm the Cub Master for PAC 850 at Town Center Elementary. Thank you. I'm here tonight to share why TCE should remain open. TCE isn't just a school, it's the heart of Coppell. It anchors our community, connects families, and sits at the city's core. Closing it would leave a hole in the very center of Coppell. The district has already invested millions in renovations, and shutting it down would damage public trust and reduce the likelihood of future bonds. Families deserve confidence that resources are used wisely and decisions are long-term and fair. Removing TCE would be short-sighted. Keeping it open honors the financial investments already made, preserves a central anchor of Coppell, for Coppell families, and ensures school closures decisions are data-driven, transparent, and fair. Saving Town Center isn't just about one school, it's about protecting the heart of our district and the values we stand for as a city. Thank you, trustees and interim Superintendent Williams, for your time this evening. Also, the library field trip is amazing.
Dale Ruby, 138 Tennyson Place. I'm a 30-year citizen of Coppell, a past president of the Coppell Education Foundation, and my wife, Kristen, has been an educator for over 15 years in the district. I believe the leadership, executive team, and school board are making a hasty decision based on scant data and cherry-picked statistics. I watched the last board meeting, and I was stunned at the lack of supporting evidence that Town Center was the proper campus to close. The whole presentation felt designed to support a preordained solution. I've been in marketing for over 40 years, and I can smell a rat. We saw a few maps and heard some questionable statistics. The whole meeting opened up and continued to focus on this razzle-dazzle, soon-to-be great marketing campaign of billboards that is magically going to motivate hundreds of families with children to move into the more affordable neighborhoods in our town. There was talk of market research and focus groups, but only after the vote was taken. I urge you to vote no on October 6th. Thank you.
There we go. Let me just ask you all if you'll refrain from clapping. You may agree, somebody else in the room may not agree, and that'll help us kind of keep the level down here in the room, so I would appreciate that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Ted Ford, a 31-year resident of Coppell, just 200 yards east of Town Center at 231 Sleepy Hollow Lane. When my family relocated here in 1994, we scoured Dallas suburbs for the perfect home. Coppell wasn't even on our radar until we turned on to Harts Drive. There, next to Cosby Library, City Hall, and sparkling lakes, was Town Center Elementary, shining as the heart of a family-oriented community. That moment sold us on Coppell, as it has for thousands of families since. Town Center isn't just a top-ranked school. It's Coppell's showcase, driving property values and attracting corporate relocation. Every realtor showcases the drive down Harts. It sells Coppell. Closing it risks pushing away new residents and businesses, shrinking our tax base and academic reputation. In my opinion, we should double down on this highly visible location by showcasing its academic excellence and our commitment to quality education.
I'm also going to call Christopher Bryan, Raymond Ochoa, Veronica Castilla, and Lindsay Hind. You can start.
Hi, everyone. I am Dr. Nawal Bendris. I live in 200 Rustic Meadow Way in Coppell. My family moved houses within Coppell to come live in the TCE area. In a 6-house radius from our house, there are 19 children under 9 either attending or about to attend TCE. All of my neighborhood kids walk or bike safely to TCE every single day. With this, I ask, how did TCE score so poorly in regeneration and traffic safety metrics? Similarly, why weren't the 200 TCE students in apartment included in the regeneration metric? If TCE closes, many of these families may leave the district, further driving down enrollment, which leads to why the board only was shown the pros of closing TCE with no risk-benefit assessment. At the very least, the board should evaluate 2-3 data-driven strategies led by current superintendent before deciding to close the ranked school in the heart of Coppell. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Chris Bryan, 227 Sleepy Hollow Lane. We came to Town Center as a family 4 years ago with 2 elementary school kids. It was a permanent move from to the US, sponsored by a multinational company. My company provided a cultural coach, and that cultural coach took us to Highland Park, South Lake, Grapevine. When we saw that elementary school next to the library, next to the police station, the core, the parks, as I said, the police station, we were hooked on Coppell. And really that heart of our city, that beautiful heart of our city, that's our billboard. There in one photo, you can do an aerial photo, and that sells Coppell to thousands of people. If you take that away, you put a blot right in the middle of that billboard, and it says something about the district. It says it's in decline.
But I'm here to challenge a point about TCE not being expandable. I came over from France being a client lead for a new facility of 80,000 square feet. I've got 20 years and hundreds of millions of dollars spent on projects. This is not a blocker, and I've got a GC company that agrees with that as well. It's expandable. Thank you.
Hi, members of the board. My name is Ramon Ochoa, and my address is 222 Flaxon Lane. My family moved to Texas 3 years ago, and when choosing where to live, we carefully consider schools and safety. We look at Grapevine, Holy Bell, and South Lake, but we fell in love with Coppell, especially Town Center Elementary. Town Center stood out because it is top academic ratings and the enrichment opportunities it offers. Students have access to unique programs like Visit the Cosby Public Library, field trip to the City Hall, and participation in the TCE Bike Club. This experience gives children hands-on learning in reading, science, civics, and public service. Opportunities that simplify aren't available at other schools. For families like mine, this program makes Town Center more than just a school. It's a place where children can grow academically, socially, and civically. That's why I urge you to vote no on October 6th and preserve the quality, safety, and unique opportunity Town Center Elementary.
Next up, I'm going to call Frank Gasparo, Shane Pope, and Eddie Lavender. Veronica, you can start.
Good afternoon. I'm Veronica Costilla. I live at 522 Lee Drive, the ever important duplex community. Closing Town Center doesn't just close the building, it reshuffles hundreds of students across the district. Right now, Town Center has only 26 students riding 3 bus routes, the lowest of any elementary. Most kids walk or drive. If you close Town Center, those walkers suddenly become bus riders, meaning new routes, more drivers, higher fuel costs, and longer ride times for our youngest children. Compare that to Austin with 223 bus riders on 7 routes, or Mockingbird with 80 on 4 routes. Shifting students who already ride buses is efficient. Forcing an entire walkable school onto buses is not. This reshuffling creates unnecessary costs, traffic, and stress for our families. That's why we urge you to vote no on October 6th so we can pursue smarter solutions that don't harm kids or waste our taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lindsay Hind. I live at 208 Beechwood Lane. I grew up in Coppell. I graduated from Coppell High School, and I boomeranged. I came back here to raise my kids in the same wonderful neighborhood that I was raised in. I wanted to give them the same foundation. And my parents, the reason why they moved here in '95 was because of the schools. My brother and I were going to schools in Dallas, and the private schools were not good enough, and the public schools were declining. And that's why my parents found Coppell. And I didn't understand. I left the town as fast as I could until I became a parent, and I found out exactly why. So I moved to Dallas, I moved to Coppell so I could raise my kids. And I picked Town Center because I know Town Center is the safest place I can raise my children. And I did the demographics. I saw this coming. I started doing research about 5 weeks ago. And when I was looking at the demographics, I kept on seeing flaws, lots of them. My high school statistics teacher would have failed me. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Frank Gasparo. My wife Diane and I moved here, 40 years ago for the school district, like a lot of y'all have. It was a good decision. Our kids, Annie and Michael, had a wonderful experience. Diane and I have also volunteered for CISD over the years. We voted for every single bond proposal, and anything else that CISD was proposing, we were all in, up until now. This proposal to shutter Town Center after, and I'm just going to hit on one point, after spending $3.5 million to renovate it, makes no sense. I've been told that there are different buckets of money. Well, guess what? It's all publicly funded. It's taxpayer money. I don't care what bucket it comes from. It's still taxpayer money. And spending $3.5 million to renovate a school and closing it doesn't make any sense. And there's other solutions available. The thing is, I've heard that maybe, well, we'll turn it into an admin building. Well, does an admin building really need an enhanced cafeteria or better playground equipment? I don't think so. This is, y'all were voted on partially because of we trusted you to be fiscally responsible. This is not fiscally responsible. There are other solutions. I'm asking you to vote no on October 6th, and let's look at some of these other solutions. Thank you.
I'm going to call Beth Russell, Blake Lynn, and Poonam Mohan.
Shane Pope, 313 Meadow Creek Road. I'm here to talk about iPads. The admin proposed a big plan for more choice in the 27-28 school year. I don't think we can afford to wait on a low-tech, no-tech option. I think we should try to do a low-tech, no iPad trial program next school year. Anything more than waiting another year. That would give us data to learn from and could pave the way for the bigger plan. There should be a step beyond improving our technology guidelines and marketing those guidelines to parents of charter schools. Barring logistics, I'd like to see one strategic school have a narrow low-tech trial program, maybe one class per grade level. This would give you the opportunity to see how popular a low-tech choice program could be. I'd like to see us push ourselves. I appreciate the skills my kid is learning on the iPads, but we need to offer options that all parents are looking for. Thanks for volunteering.
How you doing? So my name's Eddie Lavender. I am not a resident of Coppell, but I'm a grandfather and father of children in Coppell. I'm encouraging you guys to look into the fees that you guys are charging at these games. I have 8 grandkids that are in school. We go to Waxahachie, we go to Grapevine, we go to Coppell. The fees that you guys are charging are enormous. I've set emails. Last year I sent some to you guys. It was at a 35% fee that you guys were charging. You changed systems this year. It's better. It's 23%, but it's not nowhere close to what the other schools are charging. And I'm really not talking about just for me. I'm talking about all grandparents and parents. An example, if you go to a Grapevine, you can pay cash $5. And I understand y'all don't, but I've talked to Jennifer, and she says that, y'all are allowed to charge $1 per seat more if you want. I've talked to a guy named Kit, and this is only on emails, and he says it's a third party, and we don't make the decision. So please check into it.
Thank you.
Lakeland, 318 Stonemead Way. I live in the greatest city, in the greatest state, in the greatest country in the whole world, and I believe that. I think it's really important that it stays that way. And I think if we're going to keep the trust of everybody in the community, we have to make sure that we're making the right decisions with accurate information. I've just been writing down what I'm hearing tonight. We're rating school traffic safety based on observations, not real traffic studies. We're using a few months of real estate data for long-term replenish decisions. We're excluding campuses from closure considerations to protect our northwest border. It's adjacent to a commercial property and no competing elementaries, as far as I can tell. We're rezoning kids in a way that they won't be able to use things like infrastructure that we've built, parks, trails, protected walkways. I want to keep my kids safe. In the new proposal, there's 2 schools closer. 2 schools, and my kids, they gotta get on a bus, or they gotta hop in the car with me. The dream was that we would walk together. Thank you.
Also going to call up John B. Weisbrand, Amanda Nevels, and Cheryl Engler.
I'm Poonam Mohan. I live in 404 Cedar Crest Drive, right around the corner here. My son went to school here, and I wish my daughter had as well. It's a fine school, and it is creating fine, upstanding citizens. I urge you all to take into account all the speakers spoke about the engagement in the community, not just the visits to the town hall and the library, but there are so many other activities that TCE does. Why does it matter, you ask me? After all, your mission is not to improve the community or property value, right? But it matters because these activities are improving the learning of our children. The traditions, decades-old traditions, at TCE are creating citizens that are civic-minded, polite, respectful because of this engagement. In today's world, when kids are going away from civic-mindedness, away from community, this is a critical part that you have to take into consideration. Thank you.
I'm Beth Russell. I actually do not live in district. I'm in Hackberry Creek and part of the limited enrollment program. So wanted to share some notes with that. We applied in 2023, and we had already enrolled in a private Montessori school, like many of our neighbors who'd also gone to private schools. And we were planning to do 1st through 5th at Las Colinas Elementary, which walking distance, neighborhood school. And so we had to weigh a lot of options. We looked at safety. Being at a small private Montessori offers, in our mind, more safety. Commute, car line for Las Colinas Elementary. We don't have it being in Hackberry, which is a huge part. 2 kids, 2 locations, and giving up our neighborhood feel. One influential conversation that we had with a former district employee after we were accepted to TCE shared that she said all of the training was done at TCE, and that she, being involved in training, a lot of the teachers would go to TCE because it was considered the model program. That gave us the confidence to leave something that we had known for 6 years to try something new. TCE solved all of our needs. There was safety. Thank you, TCE. Sorry, I wrote too much.
Hello, Amanda Nevels, 108 Flintshire Way. First of all, I want to make sure that I want you guys to know I fully understand the financial realities our district is facing right now, and that these are incredibly difficult conversations. My concern is with the process and timeline. We all know that this is not the first time we've had these conversations, but it does feel like the town center community has not been afforded the same considerations of time to ask questions, gain clarity, and process what this truly means. I recognize the intent to move quickly to alleviate anxiety, but at a minimum, our community deserves the same thoughtfulness and opportunities for dialogue that provided to other schools and programs in the past. Lastly, I want to highlight our teachers and staff. Great teaching is the key to great learning, and these are the people who make our district exceptional. These amazing humans have already spent the entire end of last year packing up their entire classrooms, storing things in their personal homes, and hauling load after load to prepare for a board-approved refresh to now only tell them that they need to do this all again, potentially several years in a row. I know I really don't need to remind you, but these are the ones who carry out the vision of what success looks like in our district and mold our young people. They are the boots on the ground. How we treat and honor them in this process really and truly matters now more than ever. While I understand the impact of a decision of this magnitude, I believe extending the same time forms in regard to their positions that others were given in the past is not only fair, it's vital to maintaining trust and excellence in Coppell ISD. We can do hard things the right way. Thank you, guys.
My name is Jamby Eisbrand. I live at 942 Snows Hill Trail. David, you did a good job. Jamby Eisbrand. I commend you on it.
Thank you.
Hey, really what I want to say is I come from the corporate world, and making a decision like this is hard. It is so easy to get the things wrong. It's really hard to get things right. But I think there's been enough valid information coming up saying, hey, there's 3 areas where we might have missed, right? It is on the front end with the rubric and making those changes, adding, deleting questions, 2, the traffic study, and then 3, the enrollment data that we've kind of got a massage, because I think there's enough meat on that bone to go back and review, because I think getting rid of one of the crown jewels of the school's elementaries is the worst idea. Thank you. We appreciate you guys taking a look at it again. Let's make the right decision.
Thank you. Our next up, I'm going to call, well, Cheryl, after you. I'm going to call Jennifer Elbert, Lauren Torti, Lori Vincenzo, and Lauren Wortman. Oh, excuse me, Laura Wortman.
Cheryl Engler, 144 Rustic Meadow Way in Coppell. I have 2 points in looking at your facts and your Cowboys United document that are unclear to me and a little bit contradictory, or to look into a little further. In the Cowboys United document for 2026-2027 school year, on page 31, Austin would be at 96% capacity. The other schools are between 77 and 85% capacity. CMS East would be at 100% capacity. North would be at 72.5 and West at 80%. Our kids would go to North. So this is skewing what you want to do in your classrooms. Because in your facts on page 5, you say that CISD is working to balance class size more equitably. So please look at that. The second item that I'd like to bring up is on payroll savings. You mentioned it's 1.28 to close one elementary school. But in this document here, you aim to retain
I'm Jennifer Elbert, of 3 decades as a town center mom. I live at 323 Still Forest in Coppell. And my aging baby boomer husband and I are part of the problem that brings us all here together. We love this town. Our kids got a great high school education, kindergarten through high school. And we don't want to leave. So a new family with young kids to fill up the schools can't move into our house. But my concern, really 2 things. I'm concerned we haven't learned from the past in the way that we should. And I'm concerned about the planning process. 28 years ago, when our family was still unpacking the boxes, the district decided to shuffle the kids, the head count, so that the head count would be more evenly distributed between the schools. And a number of neighbors got together, asked some questions, went to the school board and said, what do we need to do to understand the process? And the school board thought about it, decided the planning wasn't adequate, and decided to drop the proposal to rezone. And it seems like we're going through the same thing again today. So I would urge you to learn.
Hi, my name is Lauren Tortai, and I live at 200 Mockingbird Lane. I have lived in Coppell for 17 years, and I have taught here for 22. I currently teach at Town Center Elementary. I want to speak to the core values that CISD has created, values that I believe you hold dear as well. First, relationships. Town Center sits at the heart of Coppell. TCE has formed amazing partnerships with the library, fire station, police station, and town hall. Every year, we have numerous classes that take these walking field trips. Our school walks to Andy Brown and the Core throughout the year for science studies and field day. For years, we have built these unique community partnerships, and no other campus can replicate that. If relationships are a core value, then you must practice what you preach. Second, CISD values great teaching. TCE has produced more upper admin positions than any other school. Our TCE staff have fulfilled 2 assistant superintendent roles, numerous director positions, 9 AP and principal roles, and a third of our instructional coaches. We have 9 teachers of the year that are still at the campus, including a Region 10 Teacher of the Year and a top 3 Texas State finalist. I find it gut-wrenching that just days ago, our teachers were told by upper admin that they could not guarantee their jobs. This does not reflect valuing great teaching. It reflects valuing school addresses where teachers work.
Please hold your applause. I'm going to call Chris Garcia Lucina, Rosie Stevens, and Celine Liddell. Go ahead, Lori.
My name is Lori Vincenzo. I live at 922 Laguna Drive. I've lived in Coppell for 32 years, sent my children through CISD schools for a total of 39 years, and I've taught here for 20. I currently teach at TCE. Coppell ISD was structured and built around neighborhood walking schools. We must not stray away from this. We can't be willing to pay to bus more kids than we have ever bused before. By your own admission, TCE has the most walking students of the 5 schools that you examined. The interim superintendent told our staff the other day that housing values are more expensive at TCE than another school on the list, and that they will attract more families because their housing values are less. The data did not take into account the extremely high number of our learners that live in apartments. That is manipulating the data. These children should not be less important to our admin and to our board. I think somebody forgot to tell our interim superintendent that TCE is a Title I school. You absolutely must rethink closing Town Center. TCE sits at the heart of our city. Closing a school in the middle of our town tells our community and families looking to live here that we are failing as a district. And I, for one, do not think we are. Please do not send this message of failure of our district, the very district that you were sworn to protect.
Please hold your applause.
Hi, I'm Laura Wortman, line of Laura, Lori's, and Lawrence. I live at 506 Eden in West Haven. I have 4 kids at TCE, New Tech, CHS, and CHS 9. I think that we all know TEA ratings and what we score there, and we're so proud of what we do in CISD. We are actually number 6 in Texas, and I think that's amazing. The one thing that we don't talk about is our financial ratings. So I don't think everybody knows about the first, which is the School of Financial Integrity rating system of Texas, and that we scored a superior rating there, and that we've done that for the past 23 years since 2002. We also don't know about the Fitch rating, which as of February of this year, we have a AA plus long-term issuer default rating, which basically says, hey, we have a stable outlook. I want to say here that it maintains high reserve levels of 52% and that we're benefiting from robust demographics and economic metrics. We did a $321.5 million bond issuance. And what I want to reiterate is that the continued confidence of these financial ratings are based on what it says here, not only our bond issuance now, sorry, this is nerve-wracking, but also additional bond issuance. And if we're going to continue to do that, we need to work with you and trust you're going to say no to quick decisions.
Hi, I'm Steffi Garcia, 213 Pecan Hollow Drive here in Coppell. So I think you've heard all the facts. There's no valid reason to close Town Center Elementary. I'm the mom of a 1-year-old, and even though my daughter isn't in school yet, Town Center already matters to our family. It's the reason we chose to live in Coppell. This school has only 26 students on 3 bus routes, the lowest in the district. Most families walk or drive. So closing it will actually increase cost with new bus routes and traffic, not save money. It's also an A-rated campus, stronger than some schools in the district plans to keep open. And think about this, how many cities have the privilege of have a school with such a location? Town Center is really a gem, right in the heart of Coppell. Just think about other cities, really. I want my child to grow up walking to a high-performing community center school, and I'm sure together we can find a better solution. As your community, ask for volunteers. You can do better than this, I know. There are so many more friends and neighbors who stand up with this. Closing Town Center wouldn't be a financial loss and a community loss.
Hi, Rosie Stevens, 122 Natchez Trace. I'd like to offer feedback regarding the proposed elementary boundary realignment. CISD has historically presented multiple options, with final maps often adjusted based on community input. I hope that tradition of thoughtful tweaking continues. I already sent you guys the email, so it has most of the data. I'm just going to kind of go over the highlights or the topics. So number 1 is the proximity of our neighborhood to Denton Creek, and that's Magnolia Park. Second, not sure everybody knows that we have a concrete path that goes underneath Denton Tap. We all know that the parks have that, but we do too. So it's safety for, especially for the younger kids. We have parents who routinely pick up their kids at our neighborhood. Also, I think it's a little inconsistent because the other elementary boundaries do show that you're including the people that are on all 4 sides, except for this one. You've added new additions to Denton Creek's zone that are further out from where Magnolia Park is. And then also I understand that Denton Creek as a program school is currently near capacity. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, okay. Bye.
Thank you, Rosie. I'm going to call Christopher Boyd, Kevin Chaka, and Kara Goss.
I'm Céline Nidel. I live 300 Garden Grove Way at Coppell. So when my family moved from France during the pandemic, my husband came here and were showing me by phone the location of different school in Coppell. And we were searching for the best school options, considering even private, and international school. We have the DIS here. We were hesitating. We choose TCE. Why? Because of its unique location, as it has been said previously, and also the safety. The safety, the academic excellence, which for us stood out. Being next to the firefighter station, but above all, to the police station. Please consider that. We are in Texas. We live in Texas, coming from abroad, coming from outside of here. For me, it's so important. So a lot have been said already, but we are also close to the main public services, within walkable distance of the library and all facilities. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
My name's Chris Boyd. I live at 346 Pecan Hollow. I'm a father of two boys who go to Town Center Elementary. We moved here in 2018. At the time, my wife and I had a one-year-old. We didn't know a lot about Coppell. We were looking, obviously, for a good school system to raise our one child at the time. But there are, frankly, a lot of good school systems in North Texas. What sold us on the neighborhood was the idea of our children walking to school and passing by what looks like Richard Scarry's busy town, the library, the police station, the fire station. TCE is a unique asset that no other ISD can compete with. Not Grapevine, not Louisville, not Southlake, not Flower Mound. It would be incredibly foolish to throw that asset away. Thank you.
All right, Kevin Chaka, 830 Greenway Drive. Right now, there's a 14-day timeline from recommendation to final decision and one option. Is that enough time? Is that the best option? From what I have seen, I don't know, but I don't think so. How will you really know unless you ask for more than one option and take the time this process truly deserves? The Town Center community has raised very valid data-driven concerns that I hope you will listen to. Town Center seems to have been picked because of two key factors, regeneration and expandability. When did expandability become one of the most important factors for our district? We have declining enrollment and too many seats. Can we not renovate and modernize our schools without expanding? I think we can. If we close another school in a couple of years, should Mockingbird and Denton Creek be worried now because they can't expand? I would hope it's not that simple. Please do everything you can to ensure that you choose the best solution for our kids, parents, teachers, and staff. Thank you.
Hi, Claire Ross, 139 Clover Meadow Lane. We spent a lot of time tonight asking you to say no, yes, next week. But what happens if you say yes? I want you to flash forward another 3 to 5 years and envision what it looks like. What would we envision as a community for the empty building where TCE now sits? Unlike other campuses, the building sits at the heart of Coppell Town Center, uniquely next to Town Hall, the library, the police and fire station, the core, Andy Brown, where we all attend communities and child sports, where we collectively as a community gather for 4th of July fireworks and Christmas tree lighting. It is an integral part of our community. Don't you remember touring Town Center when you toured Coppell the first time with a realtor? What else could we even as a community put into TCE's empty building that would be acceptable to the heart of our community that could replace Town Center Elementary? And now I'm not just talking about the building, I'm talking about family, because it's not just enough.
Here we go. No, thank you. That was our last speaker, so that will conclude our open forum tonight. If you guys will just allow us, I think we're going to go just a touch out of order, just so we can take care of one piece of business and be mindful of some folks' times that are here tonight for this one. So I'm going to call us into closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551, Spot 074, personnel. Time is 7:14.
Wife is the same thing. Like, I don't care where we're going as long as I'm not watching things.
Test 1, 2, 3.
So our like dates like they've been going. I have a little office, like a super type office that I rent out Flower Mound, and we just go all go work. She's working. It's just like it's just quiet. Yeah, here's the
Test 1, 2, 3.
Oh yeah. I'll do for sure. Street fellow. Like we can have lunch together. Oh, no one talks. That's nice. So he's around. He's 4. Our kids are like.
Test 1, 2, 3.
No, he's in this. He went to retirement, came back. We were just talking about this. You guys did.
I know, it's like, we're all just saying, and it's like, okay, like,
The only microphone we really have is that guy right there.
Automatic mic.
Right, I can hear you talking. I can see you talking, but I can't hear anything.
Tessera.
For that stuff. Edit everyone, and then you're gonna stop it.
Press strong.
I know how tall I am. I know how tall my wife is.
Unknown.
You already got like hair growing on your face. Like, how much milk are you drinking?
No. I haven't heard anything yet.
No, I read 19. I have the document. You guys are over in the neighborhood, like all the Halloween stuff. Oh, you're the indicated. Yes. We're
Oh, I hear you. I hear you. Wait, I hear you.
We can hear us.
I think that's. Okay. So why did I have volume now? Okay.
The person that like covers you.
Let her mute. Test, test.
Dwight, I can hear everyone in the audience really well, but I don't know if I can hear the mics.
All right, time is 7:32. I will call us back into open session. Thank you guys for being patient there with us. And with that, I'll turn the floor over to you guys for any action that we need to take tonight from that.
All right, I move that the Coppell ISD Board of Trustees accept the contract of Dr. Leanne Shivers as presented. Second.
We have a motion and second to approve the contract with Dr. Leanne Shivers as Superintendent of Schools as presented. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a vote. All right, Lee Walker, are you with us? There you are.
I'm there. I'm here.
Nice. Yeah. Any discussion from you? You good?
Other than I think it's a really good idea.
All right, I like it. All right, with that, all in favor? That motion passes 7-0. Congratulations. There you are. I thought you were over here. Let me present to you guys our next superintendent, Dr. Leanne Shivers.
Thank you. I'd like these three guys to come on up here a second. I'm going to introduce you to some important new Cowboys. They're not here quite yet, but they will be here soon. This is Luther Shivers. He's in 4th grade. This is Joseph Shivers. He's in 4th grade. This is my husband, Chad, and we are excited to be joining the community. I'd like to say hi to my mom who's watching online. And I just wanted to say how proud I am to be here. You know, I'm a product of a public education. I'm a product of parents, like many of our parents here, who care so deeply about the education that their children are going to receive. And it's because of the teachers that I had who poured into this shy, quiet kindergartner who couldn't quite make it through a whole half day of kindergarten without crying, right? I didn't want to be away from my parents. And they molded me, these incredible educators from Cedar Falls, Iowa, right? Molded me over those 13 years to be a very, very self-confident and very involved and very secure student. And their foundation led to where we are today. I also want to make sure that I say thank you to all of those educators who gave so much. And I want to say thank you to our educators who are here in Coppell, to our parents, to our community. I'm looking forward to the partnership that we have. I recognize that we have many difficult decisions, many big, many weighty decisions that have to be made. But I'm excited to embrace those decisions, to walk forward, and to partner with our parents and our community, with our teachers, with our staff, with our learners, and to see what the future holds for us. As trustees, thank you for your dedication to this school district, to Coppell ISD, and to your dedication to ensuring that Coppell remains a model, student-centered learning and inspiring district for decades to come. There truly is no place like CISD. Thank you.
Hey, board, in a minute, will y'all come down and join your family, please? You'll do one with them and then one with you.
Okay, trustees, if you would please join.
Guys.
Very on brand. I'm good. Thank you very much.
Right. So just kind of so everybody knows the transition plan that we have all kind of set in place and agreed on. Mr. Williams will remain our interim superintendent through October 6th. Dr. Shivers will assume the official title and role of superintendent effective October 7th. And then Mr. Williams' last day is we just try to, over the next week and a half, almost 2 weeks, kind of to make the transition. Dr. Shivers has already been working very closely here in the district. I don't know, thank you. But kind of as she assumes the title and they hand off the baton and the keys and all of that fun stuff, Mr. Williams will remain with us through October 10th. So with that, I will make a motion that we officially terminate the interim superintendent contract with Mr. Doug Williams effective October 10th, 2025.
Second.
So we have a motion and second. Any discussion? I'll just say, Mr. Williams, thank you. We brought you in, for a round of interviews in May, knowing that you were going to come into a lot of work, and you knew that you were going to come into a lot of work. I don't think that we surprised you with that, and you were willing to do that. You have stepped in, and I think not only not let the wheels fall off the bus, but you kind of pulled it into the garage and souped it up a little bit, and have kept us going during this time of transition at a time when a lot of times you can just go stale, and we had a lot of work that had already begun January, February of this year, and was just getting going. And so I just want to say I appreciate all that you've done for us over these last 4 months or so, and really thank you for coming out of retirement and away from the house and the grandkids, and spending so much time here with us. So thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Board, for the confidence you placed in me. I think you made an outstanding choice in Dr. Shivers. One thing I will say, I do consulting work and gave up the consulting gig while I was here. We do superintendent searches, and I believe that we've completed 18. I will tell you that the number one correlation that we see in superintendent searches is during the loan finalist period, that loan finalist being actively engaged in the district. And Dr. Shivers from day one has come in. She has been actively engaged in the process, and I think that the future is bright for CISD. So I do appreciate that.
I just, Mr. Williams, usually an interim superintendent in the summer helps a district kind of keep the treadmill moving forward and make sure nothing falls through the cracks, and referees if there's disagreement and is the tiebreaker. And we told you that we were asking you to come in and walk a hard journey with us. And even though you knew that, I know it's been a lot. And so I just, as the person who made the phone call to you, I feel like I owe you a big debt of gratitude for agreeing to walk this with us. It is not for the faint of heart, and I just appreciate the way that you've leaned into it in a situation where you did not have to.
Thank you. Thanks all.
Yep. Any other discussion?
I just want to say you're leaving our district in a better spot than you found it, and you didn't have to do that. There were a lot of early mornings and late nights, and you dove in and you moved the ball forward, and I really appreciate you doing that when you didn't have to.
Thank you.
I just want to add in that, you've made connections too. You allow people to come in, you have broadened your experiences, broadened your capacity to see other people. I think your experience on TASA as a superintendent, all those things come into play and are valuable as a part of that discussion. And I think it's very helpful. It's very helpful for the board to hear your input and perspectives on things that from the outsider looking in. And I think doing that analysis is very important for us as we move forward, because I think one of the things that we understanding this process is that there are many ways you can go down, paths you can go down to identify solutions, to approach problems. But I think having that new perspective is especially helpful, especially for a board with a mix of experiences as that, as we have. And so I want to thank you for that, and also just the connections across the board. Just going to TASB and just seeing that relevance because of by the fact that so many people, you're able to tap us and plug us in where we may not be able to get in as easy through your connections and the name that you have. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir. And I will say, the process that I've just witnessed where 47 people provided comment, I would not work in a district that did not care enough to have people show. It is a part of the process, but what it tells me is that during tough times, these people will dig in to make sure that their school district is taken care of. We may not agree to the methodology of how it's accomplished, but Coppell ISD will be good going forward. So thank you. Let's get on with it.
Well, before we get on, we do have a motion on the floor. Hearing no further discussion, we'll take a vote. All in favor? That motion passes 7-0. Now let's get on with it, and I'll turn it over to you for a bond update with Mr. Grant.
So the first thing that we're going to look at tonight is an update on the 2023 bond from Sid Grant. Sid?
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Thank you, trustees. I am pleased to give you a brief update on bond projects. And basically, at first, I'm going to tell you where we have been, what we've been doing, and what we are looking to as next steps as part of the 2023 bond program. First of all, our CFO, Diana Sarkar, put together, as of the end of our fiscal year, just kind of an overview of the dollars. The entire bond proposal, voters authorized $321,511,000. Of those, we've issued $146 million of those bonds. So once the bonds are sold, as they're sitting in investments, we are earning interest. And as you know, our interest rates have been higher than decades. So we have earned a total of $6.5 million in bond interest that can be utilized toward future projects that the board decides. Proposition A, as a reminder, that is what we are doing, our educational and instructional construction, renovations, et cetera, with Prop A. Prop B is technology. Proposition C was Buddy Eccles Field renovation, and Prop D is the tennis center and some other athletic improvements at Coppell High School. So we currently, if you look at the last column, we have $37 million in bonds that have been issued but are still available. So those are the dollars that will take us into the projects that we are starting now, that we'll start talking with you about and bringing to you for approval as early as November and December. So where we've been, obviously you've all visited our new beautiful Fine Arts Center. It will be it's almost complete now. They're finishing up flooring and punch list items. So we'll probably take occupancy about October 24th and start moving into that building. The tennis center is, with the exception of some canopies and some fencing replacements, the internal components are complete. So the tennis coach Noonan is actually utilizing both buildings now as they finish up the concession stand and some fencing and some decking. The Valley Ranch Elementary is fully complete. Denton Creek and Town Center refreshes are complete. The CMS North projects are divided into two phases. Phase 1 was replacing all the lovely mauve and baby blue laminate throughout the building yeah, yeah, same here. Yeah, I wore this in honor of Coppell Middle School North Laminate. So that was completed this summer. Next summer will be the fine arts. It's an addition. It's actually a renovation inside that will make the band and choir halls larger, as well as refresh throughout the building. We will have Denton Creek, or we actually completed the furniture replacements at 3 elementary campuses, as well as the CHS main gym replacement. This is not the auditorium, but it's the large gym that used to be the competition gym. The indoor turf replacement at Coppell High School was completed, and the CMS North outside turf was completed. We're still resolving some issues with the track at CMS North, so that is to be completed over Thanksgiving break. We also resurfaced the walking tracks at several of our elementaries, and I must say the ADA sidewalks are ongoing. As we find and kind of focus on a campus, we'll focus more on sidewalk replacement, and you also know, as you approved a couple of months back, we're doing that concrete shaving process that's actually about 1/10 of the cost of sidewalk replacement where it makes sense. Valley Ranch Playground was completed, as well as the 280,000 square foot of roof replacement at Coppell High School. So here's some pictures. That's protective flooring down at the high school, but the flooring is down. It's an LVT material, and you have the wainscoting tile on the walls. You can see a kind of a partial shot of the band hall at the Fine Arts. That's the front elevation. You can't really see the musical notes. That is the Coppell High School fight song, but that is across the front of the building. This is the field events that was part of Proposition C, and this is just south of the new Fine Arts building. What you're seeing here, there's covers over them, but those are the long jump pits, and the distance is the high jump pad. So that is actually almost complete now, and we do have lighting there that you approved as well. New tennis court surfacing. The tennis courts look like a true professional court, and on the right, that's the concession stand, and there's actually a canopy that's being installed currently that goes over the top, and the concrete in this area has been completed. Under the canopy, we will have some outdoor picnic tables and all for spectators, students, and so forth to sit during events. This is a view of the Valley Ranch Library. It turned out amazing. It's beautiful, and there, of course, is our amazing librarian, Anu. She is so proud of her new library. So, moving into next steps, the Lakeside Elementary renovation and addition that looks a lot like the Valley Ranch addition. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. The Coppell High School CTE Center, the plans for that are about 90% complete now, and will be going to the contractor to put out the bid in late October. Same with the Coppell Middle School North Fine Arts renovation and campus refresh, which is phase 2 for Coppell Middle School North. And then the Coppell High School 9th grade campus auditorium renovation. I have some renderings of that you're about to see. So it's very impressive. And this was envisioned by Jerry Miller, our fine arts director. So as I say, we're about 90% complete with all the drawings except for the new tech move to Coppell High School, and Corrigan has put all of their resources toward catching up with those drawings to the others so that we can bid both the high school CTE center and the new tech reimaging at the same time. Because we know if you bid them both simultaneously, you will have efficiencies with bidding, and economies of scale. You know, if you have the same drywall contractor, for example, bidding them as one project instead of two separate projects. So that is our goal, and our goal is to try to bring you all of the guaranteed maximum price recommendations to the December 15th regular board meeting, so that as we enter the first of the year, core can start mobilizing, and that some of the work can actually start where it makes sense in either March or April before school is out, so that we're not in such a rush, especially if you think about the CTE Center and New Tech. There's going to be a lot of work to be done there, so it will be almost necessary for them to be able to start some of that work before school is actually out.
So Grant, while we're on that last slide, that in talking with Core, we feel like we can have that work done by the start of school next year?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yep, that's the plan. And they've already worked on their critical timeline, and they have it mapped out where they can make it happen. And you know, of course, and the other important component about approving the GMP in December is so that at the 1st of January they can start ordering materials. As we know, there have been material shortages and material delays with everything that's going on in the world. So that they feel if they can start ordering materials in January, they feel confident that they can complete all the work by the start of school, so that we'll have substantial completion. So looking at the Lakeside Elementary renovation, and if you notice this, it looks surprisingly a lot like the Valley Ranch. So with these renovations, they're not so much, while we're increasing square footage by 23,000 square feet and only adding about 4 net new classrooms, it's more about modernizing these campuses. Think about it. Our newest footprint elementary is 28 years old. That's Coppell Middle School North. So they range between 28 and about 36 years old. So this is a 36-plus-year-old footprint that we have been refreshing and renovating and remodeling. So Corrigan, our architect, working with our amazing curriculum department, our staff, they have come up with designs that are more modern for the way that we teach today, with more flexible spaces, collaborative spaces, and as education changes over the next couple of decades, that you'll have the flexibility to change with that. So like I say, it's less about the size and more so about the flexibility. This is a rendering of what the Lakeside's cafeteria would look like. This is a section of the library with some little nooks for students to sit and work. Another looking at the library circulation desk. This is a kind of a breakout area, collaborative space that's across from the library. Valley Ranch has one similar, but it is different from the Valley Ranch. This is the front office for Lakeside. Another hallway, collaborative breakout area space. And if you notice, back to the left, there's actually an enclosed collaborative space. So students will, if you have 2 or 3 or 4 students that want to break out and they need a quiet place to work, you have that, yet it's still very visible for the staff to see the students. So yes, ma'am.
Finish what you were going to say about Lakeside, and then I'll ask my Lakeside questions.
Oh, okay. Well, that's it. I was getting ready to segment into the CHS 9 auditorium.
So I have a couple of questions. I feel like we experienced, like when we built Lee and then built Canyon Ranch after that, like there were lessons learned and maybe things we would have done differently. So since we've already renovated Valley Ranch, have there been lessons learned about maybe shifting some spaces a little bit, about, you know, staff exits, about, have we learned anything about any of the materials? So are there some things that we're either going to value optimize or tweak or shift based upon what we've experienced already?
There are definitely some financially value added things that we've learned that we'll be able to incorporate into Lakeside that we learned at Valley Ranch. Obviously, the learning curve was very steep at Valley Ranch, especially trying to continue to educate 600 students, have a building completely under construction and keeping all the children. So, you know, I think we learned a really big lesson there that it would be beneficial to all if we were able to allow the contractor to do all the work without trying to work around all the students. Not to mention all the dollars that can be saved, not adding the portables and everything that comes along with the portables. There are, if you notice, some of the shapes are different, some of the materials are different. But I know a lot of the lessons that we learned were in the sequencing. So that things that Core and Corrigan have learned that they're integrating into this next renovation.
And I have one more question about the 4 additional classrooms. So I know when we passed this bond, the circumstances in the district were significantly different, probably in every way, shape, or form than how they are now. But I am wondering, I know we've added square footage, we've had to change what the existing building is configured to accommodate for these, you know, collaborative spaces and kind of a modern learning environment. So are the classrooms kind of an outgrowth of how we're trying to merge together 2 spaces, or were we really intentional about adding additional classrooms, specifically at Valley Ranch, or with the concepts from the architect? And I know some of that's happened while you weren't here, Sid, so I don't want to, you know, put you on the spot.
Sure. Yeah, I think the addition of classroom spaces was more. We were at Valley Ranch. We were thinking pre-K spaces. So there was actually an addition of, I believe there's 4 or 5 specific pre-K spaces. So that's where the thought of the additional classrooms came into play, knowing that Valley Ranch would have a pre-K. Now, and of course, using this same model, whether the classrooms are utilized as pre-K spaces or other classroom spaces or any other special choice program, there will be the ability to develop 4 additional classrooms. I'm not sure I answered your
You answered my question. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
So,
Mr. Grant, I'm going to chime in because I have a more about Trustee Bentley's first question about the process from doing one school to the next, and not so much financially and logistically, but more about the architecture. What is the process of getting feedback from the staff and administration to actually make architectural changes to the new school based on what's learned? And could we kind of know what some of those changes might be?
Yes. One thing I do know that Emma Hall, principal of Lakeside Elementary, she visited Valley Ranch many times, and of course met with Ms. Arterberry at Valley Ranch, discussing the process, the things that Ms. Arterberry, the things she liked, the things that could have been done differently. And so when we started this process with Mrs. Hall, she was able to share with Core and Corrigan, especially Corrigan, the architect, some of the things. And so some of these items you saw, like the different shapes of spaces and collaborative spaces, the color schemes, even the way some of the the hallway flooring is running. These are ideas that Ms. Hall and her staff came up with after visiting with Valley Ranch. So there was more discussion between Valley Ranch and Lakeside. And if I had to say, I know Dr. Brooks and some of her staff met with Corrigan at the same time we met with the Lakeside, Ms. Hall and Corrigan, but a lot of those ideas came directly from Lakeside and things that they had learned from Ms. Arterberry and her staff. Does that answer your question, Trustee Walker?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. So next, this is kind of exciting. If you've ever been into the auditorium at CHS 9, you know, it's like walking into a big cave, and it's what could we do to this space to make it unique, very usable, and something that Coppell ISD nor the community have. So Jerry Miller and his talented staff came up with this idea. It is, as you know, if you walk into the auditorium, it actually slopes down about 3 feet to the stage. The back of the floor and the stage height are almost exactly the same height. So his what if was, what if we fill that in to make it all one level and create just one large round space with seating around it, some of the seating being telescoping, and kind of create, it's not a theater in the round like Casa Manana in Fort Worth. It's kind of a theater in the round where you can have your play or your event taking place in the center with the audience around you. So Corrigan took that idea, and this is what's being envisioned and what is actually being drawn. So you can see here on the right top hand corner, you have 3 sections of seating with the one at the south being open, and you can kind of see at the bottom what the seating. It's a total of 504 seats with maximum seating capacity, and if you close or scope in one of the sections, you would have 392 seats. So 2 of the sections are not movable. One is retractable. And then at the very bottom left-hand corner, you can kind of see a slice of what it would look like. So any questions about that?
Oh, Mr. Grant, a quick question in regards to the utilization. Would it be just for fine arts? What other uses can you have of this space based on the seating capacity and the configuration?
Great question. The ceiling will have new acoustics, so they will greatly improve upon the acoustics of the facility. So you could have choir and band events in there as well as plays and drama. So in any of the fine arts could easily utilize the space to showcase their plays, choir events, band events, etc. So it is designed to be a flexible space, and you could obviously with only 500 seats, it doesn't hold a full class, but you could hold other smaller events in there as well. We will have a very good lighting, and what's not shown here, it will have, if you've been to a concert with the erected lights that come up and over, the lights and sound system will be kind of like what you would see at a concert. with the age of the building, the structural engineers are not comfortable hanging heavy lights from the ceiling. So therefore they've designed a system that will all be supported by the floor.
Be window coverings as well?
Window coverings, the windows will be covered and blacked out. So, and probably on a permanent basis to where you wouldn't introduce natural light into the space. Fine arts. This is kind of hard to see. I'm going to see if I can show you with my cursor here. This space from here to there is the current band hall. We show that same space being the future choir hall. This is the current choir room right here. So you can see you're increasing choir by, maybe a little over 50%. And then this entire space where you have the offices and so forth becomes the entire band hall at Coppell Middle School North. And then we are increasing the space with drama, and then this will help take up some of the space for ensemble and storage and such for band. And this will continue to be a storage space as well. So Mr. Gollner, Mr. Miller, and the band staff at Coppell Middle School North worked diligently with Corgan in coming up with this design. So it will greatly benefit and increase the ability of these two programs to grow at Coppell Middle School North. And as I mentioned, in addition, the rest of the campus will be getting refreshed, such as new carpet, LED lighting, fresh paint, et cetera, in addition to the PLAM that was completed this past summer.
So their refresh will be kind of similar to what we saw at CHS a few years ago. Just like not color-wise, but like conceptually, that type of refresh is what we're talking about.
Correct. Yep. Almost identically. But,
Thank you.
But with different colors.
Of course.
All right. So just a quick overview, where we've been and where are we today. We know that in the beginning, after the May 2023 bond election, when we had the first 50% estimates come in from CORE and Corgan, we were about 12 million over what was allocated for the initial projects. So we went back to the drawing board. And when we found that the largest problem was what we call scope creep. It's like, well, we're doing that. Let's add this. Let's go ahead and add this to the project. And all of a sudden, that added about $6 million to the projects we were looking at. We were able to get that down to where we were about $6 million over allocation. Then when we closed out the Mockingbird Wilson projects, we were 900,000 under. As we close out Valley Ranch Denton Creek Town Center, we're going to net about 800,000 in unspent contingency dollars. As you know, we came in under about almost 11 million for the roof at Coppell High School. So we're doing really well in some areas, while we know some of the projects will continue to be over allocation. But we've taken all the projects throughout the life of this bond. We've put a 6% annually compounded inflation factor to it, and we're coming out positive in the end. So unless something crazy happens in the economy, we are in line to finish the projects that we set out to do in this bond program. Are there any other questions?
Mr. Grant, two quick questions. One is labor. Have you seen any challenges with the subcons, et cetera, having the qualified labor necessary to fulfill these projects? And then the second part of that is, based on the things that you're seeing right now, do you see any additional things that we need to consider that we haven't thought about previously with some of these projects based on the labor availability and skill sets?
Sure. Yeah, and you mentioned that, and yes, labor has been an issue, and with some of the trade partners, and that's one of the beauties of and benefits of being with a national contractor like for construction, because when we've come up short, and as an example, with the PLAM at Coppell Middle School North, the first trade partner that was awarded that project, they had a labor shortage themselves. They came back and said they did not have the amount of labor to complete it over the summer. So what did Corps do? They went out and found another trade partner that was able to complete that project within the time allocated and the dollars allotted that were awarded in the GMP for that project. So yes, we are running into that. We are running into material delays, but with Corps' buying power and their ability and having so many trade partners, or also called subcontractors, at their available to them, they have thus far been able to overcome any and all of those challenges. So I believe you made a very good choice with your choice in picking Core Construction as our construction manager at risk. They're coming through for us when these difficulties arise, and I expect them to continue in the market that we are in.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grant, for that presentation. So the next thing we're going to discuss is we are going to talk about Cowboys United implications. I want to talk about process and clarifications. Tonight, we are not going to present any new information. We went through the plan from A to Z last Monday night. We know that we threw a lot at you last Monday night, and so tonight we're going to talk a little bit about the process, where we are tonight, and what's going to happen between now and October 6th. The other thing that we want to do is we do want to clarify 2 or 3 things from the presentation based on some things that we have heard from the community. And then finally, it's just going to be an opportunity for you to have some, if you've got questions for us that we can answer tonight, or if you've got some tasks for us that we can take on in the next few days, if that makes sense. And so just spend some time. I know that you've had a week now to process. You've had a week now to hear from some of our community members. And so tonight, we really want you to be able to do some reflection. So that's what we're going to do. I do want to talk about the process itself. Tonight, we have, this was our regular board meeting, and we did have other business that we had to transact. Tonight, we'll really be on the regular school business. However, we did want to go over where we are. Wednesday night, two nights from now, we are at Town Hall. We're going to have a Town Hall meeting at Town Center. We have scheduled that from 6 to 8 in the cafeteria. Here's the format. Here's what we are discussing. We will start with some opening remarks, and we're going to review the rationale. At the end of the opening remarks, we are going to provide a QR code. The QR code will be used for questions. And so that will give everyone there an opportunity to ask the questions that you might have. Following that, we will have public comments. Attendees are asked to sign up between 5:15 and 5:45. And then it'll be very similar to tonight. You're going to be called up. You'll be able to provide comments to the board that night. While the comments are being done, we are going to compile the 10 most commonly asked questions. Now, instead of saying, having everyone line up and say, what questions do you have? there might be 60 questions, and having been through processes like that, many of the questions would be similar. So we are going to ask, we are going to work on the 10 most commonly asked questions. And then we have asked Clay Phillips, ex-city manager, to actually moderate the discussion. So Mr. Phillips will be given the list of questions, and then he'll ask the questions to the 8 of us. And so we will address those questions. We believe this is going to be able to ask the questions that are the most pertinent and the ones that are the most commonly asked. The other questions will be answered, and we will have those answers posted online. And so that's the format of Wednesday night. Wednesday night will be another opportunity for you as the board to hear from our stakeholders, but it will also give you an opportunity to know what those questions are. Next Monday night, we are back in the board meeting. We will, at that point, we will go over the plan, all 6 components, again, from the start, with time for the trustees to ask questions and comments during each section. We know that we covered a lot of information last Monday night, and so that's going to give you an opportunity to continue to ask those questions, make comments. After that, there will be a final discussion and deliberation, and then we anticipate a vote being taken. There will be a recommendation made, and then you'll have the opportunity to actually hear the recommendation and make a vote from that. Any questions on the process? Anything that needs to be added to the process?
One question I've got about the process is how you envision the vote on sort of elementary consolidation versus the rezoning, whether you see that taking place as a single vote or separate components.
I can structure the agenda, and I can structure the recommendation as to how you envision it. Now, so I think that's a great question. If we want it to be separate motions and separate actions, we can do that. I am in favor of you adopting the Cowboys United components as well. Everything from the survey work that we're going to do, planning heading toward choice options, just because, in my opinion, and we talked about it last week, it is a comprehensive approach. We discussed you can reduce deficit by cutting expenditures and by raising income. And the number one way to raise income is through increasing your ADA, or average daily attendance. And so, Trustee Powers, we can break that down. However, the current agenda item is that we will look at the recommendation of Cowboys United and boundary realignment. And so I think that we can discuss what that needs to look like.
So I guess my question would be, there's essentially 3 components of the plan: Cowboys United, the elementary configuration component, as well as boundary realignment. Is there a piece of all 3? Do they all depend on each other? Are there pieces like Cowboys United could stand on its own, boundary realignment and school closure would really need to work in conjunction?
So they do, simply because we are recommending that Town Center be the campus that's consolidated. And the map that we have is reflective of Town Center being consolidated. And so I think that's why I would envision 2 motions, or 2 actual actions, ratifying the Cowboys United plan, and then ratifying the campus consolidation and boundary realignment. If for some reason Town Center is not consolidated, then the map itself would change.
I would just say, having been through it before, and certainly rely on you guys, and I think we talked about this last week with Ms. Eichel. I mean, just doing one piece, the school closure, and then having a lot of time in between before we finalize the boundaries. I think in reflecting on that from ourselves plus community feedback, that was a piece that created a lot of anxiety, more so within our staff than anything else, because I think it, correct me if I'm wrong, if I misheard you last week, it holds the process, the implementation process up when we talk about staff and being able to place our staff members at the affected campus across the district. So I would be in favor of, I think, that two-pronged approach, Cowboys United, and then a comprehensive plan of closing the school and knowing what those boundaries would be like. I mean, I think in the implementation phase, if we find that something needed to be adjusted, we would have time to make those adjustments. I think we've done that in the past. So to me, that would make logical sense so that we've got things moving forward collectively. That's where I'm at. So I'd be interested to hear where you guys are at.
Ms.
So Trustee Powers there in terms of having that conversation about, looking at that, because I think one is an income producing with the ADA, to your point, Mr. Williams, and the other one is an expense related item. You're talking about the school consolidation. So I would see multiple votes, because if you had a single vote, that would take all of it off the table. And I think you can go forward with one part, and one part you can, if it's not passed, you can modify that, but you don't stop the income generation component that I think can be achieved based on the documentation and the work that y'all have done so far to bring people in. I think the other piece, though, to this is, and Ms. Wood, you brought this up, is some policy changes that need to be brought forward. So, I mean, once we approve that, you still need some policy changes to affect that as well. And so I think that's going to be another component in that conversation.
It would be, and again, I'll go back to the word framework. What we are discussing with Cowboys United, one of the things is looking at expanding enrollment options. And as you expand enrollment options, if you decide to move forward with that, then you're going to have policies that you're going to have to look at in relation to what those enrollment options are and how they're folded into your board policy. But those are conversations that you can have. Probably, I would think those need to happen prior to Thanksgiving, simply because when you began to advertise for different enrollment options. But that's not a October 6th discussion.
So I just want to make sure this micro piece about Cowboys United, I'm understanding. The policy piece is the legacy piece and the grandparent rewording, just to be explicit for everybody.
It would be.
Okay.
It would be. And then the possibility of evaluating evaluating neighborhoods that you currently do not have limited open enrollment in. Would you look at doing offering some for adjacent neighborhoods?
Okay.
But again, that is a conversation you can have later. But I think what you are endorsing in Cowboys United is that we will take proactive steps to look at how we can get students in the district that maybe have not, or back in the district that left to go to charter or could leave to go to private. And so that's what that component's about. So what I'm hearing is two different agenda items. One would be Cowboys United, and then the second agenda item would be campus consolidation and boundary realignment. So Ms. Snowden, we will need to denote that and make a slight adjustment. The agendas, it used to be you had to post 72 hours prior to a meeting. Now you have to post 3 working days prior. And so those agendas from Monday night of the 6th will have to be posted tomorrow. Yeah. And so that's part of the reason I wanted to have this discussion tonight, make sure everyone's on the same page. Okay? All right. So clarifications. We've heard from our constituents in the last week, and so there are some things that we do want to address. in relation to some things that we have heard. And so the first one is the rubric. Ms. Serkar is going to talk about the rubric, and actually, one of the things that we heard when we started getting into the rubric and it was presented, I heard from some constituents that said the numbers don't add up. I heard it that there was questioning as to how things were rated within the rubric, and that is the case, but there was also something that we're going to talk about why the numbers, quote, didn't add up. And so, Ms. Serkar, turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. So I'm going to go here to the rubric, and this is the rubric that was shared with, that was actually developed, the numbers, by the CERT committee. It was shared with the CERT committee, and you'll see that there are 10 elementary schools on this rubric. The CERT committee reviewed data for all of the schools in the district. And so the average and the median were taken as the average and the median for all 10 schools. I think when the data was presented, the columns had been hidden for Canyon Ranch, for Lee, for the schools that weren't being evaluated. So the only schools listed were the 5 that were being evaluated. But these numbers remained the same because we were looking at the rubric as a whole, all 10 schools. I think it's also important to remember that this is an evaluation tool. The rubric was designed by the 7.1.1 committee, who was charged with a evaluation process. And so they came up with this tool and identified factors that the district needed to look at when they were looking at how to drive efficiencies. So when the CERC went through the data and filled in this rubric, we talked to the committee about the fact that they're looking at factors to identify efficiencies that the district can replicate in other places, and then identify inefficiencies. And how do we problem solve those inefficiencies? So the rubric was not designed to be added up and to come up with an answer. It was designed to identify where we had inefficiencies and where we had efficiencies. Some factors are easier to problem solve than others. For example, enrollment. Enrollment is very easy for the district to manipulate. We take programs such as pre-K and we add it to a campus. That increases the enrollment at that campus immediately. We take special ed programs and put them on certain campuses. That's going to increase. We change boundaries. That's going to change the enrollment at a school. So that is something that can easily be problem solved. Something that perhaps can't be problem solved as easy. Let's look at that very first one, floor area ratio. That is the plot of land on which a building sits and how much land is there. We can't do much about how much land we own in that area. So that one is much more difficult to problem solve. So I think I just wanted to explain why the median and average numbers were not adding up with the 5. It's because they do all 10. And then just to remind the board that we are using it as a tool to evaluate factors and making sure we're looking at the right factors.
So the numbers that we displayed were actually only showing the 5 under consideration, but that's because the other 5 had been hidden.
Yes.
Yeah. As we worked through this, I think there's a couple. So the expandability discussion was actually driven off of this floor area ratio, and that was a certain number. That's not a number that's been recently evaluated, so to speak.
Correct. That number probably won't change because we only own so much land.
At all of the 5 sites.
Each of those campuses.
Yeah.
Yes.
Any question about this? I do have one other thing I want to address in this evaluation tool.
Rubric questions? Is that what you're asking us?
Yes, rubric questions.
Yeah, so Ms. Surkar, I know you've worked a lot with this rubric. So one question that I've received that I'm hoping you can enlighten us a little bit is the utility and operating costs, the second, I guess, row 5. Can you kind of define and clarify what goes into that? Is it staffing? Is it utilities? Like, is it busing? Like, what goes into that, that line item so that it's easier to differentiate that from age and condition?
Sure. So literally utilities. What are the electricity costs? What are the water, gas, garbage costs for that building? Some are different. Some are different because, let's say, we have more sprinklers in the yard at some schools than we do at others. Some schools are in a different city, and so the utility costs are different in a different city. I think if we look, though, at the actual numbers and the actual dollar difference on a monthly basis at those schools, you'll find that they're very similar. Are we going to hang our hat on that number? It says to us that perhaps utility and operational costs may not be as important a factor as something else.
And then I will note that bus route and transportation costs has always been calculated in, and it is reflected that that TCE does have a quote higher score there. So one of the things that we looked at, and I will state this, was we looked at how many more buses we thought we would need to put en route. And so instead of going to us, we actually went to Durham. And Durham indicated they anticipated one additional route and then one additional, what they called possibly a paid ride. Isn't that correct, Mr. Grant? Yeah.
Yes, sir. That is correct. They, while they don't know exactly how many routes, you need to know how many students will actually choose to ride that are within a zone that where bus service is provided. But assuming about the same ratio that we have in other neighborhoods, they estimated probably one additional route and a possibility of one pay-to-ride route.
So I'm sorry, do you have another rubric before we go to the other one?
So on what Mr. Grant just said, the 4.67 for town center. So is this route what they're estimating if it's consolidated? Like I guess I'm a little confused.
Those are current.
Okay.
Those would be current numbers.
Okay.
Not consolidated. But the route estimate is reflective of if we consolidate and sending them the plan, they did estimate one additional route.
Okay.
Right.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask a rubric question, maybe not specific to some of this, but I think more philosophically, right? Because closing a school is a very complex decision and a lot of things go into it. So what is, when we talk about a rubric in that perspective, what is the purpose of the rubric? What is, I guess, the intention of it? What is it? Is it supposed to give us the answer? Is it supposed to, I guess that's where I'm coming from.
So again, this rubric existed long before I came in. So I'm going to ask Ms. Surkar to reflect
The
that one.
rubric, again, was designed as a tool to help us identify what factors we should look at. The community said these are some of the factors you should look at when you are evaluating efficiencies, when you are looking to make decisions. So it does not mean that every factor should necessarily be weighed the same. There are things that the administration looks at and may decide that there are certain factors that are more important than others when evaluating something like which schools should be consolidated. So again, it is a tool just to provide us with a snapshot in time of what the data looks like and allows us to have conversations about what factors do we need to look at when we are now using this rubric to help make a recommendation for school consolidation.
Thank you for that clarification.
Also just say, as someone who worked on kind of the development of the 7.1.1 plan, it was never designed as just a school closure sort of model or framework. It was about, if we're going to be doing bond planning, where do we allocate our dollars? Where are we inefficient? Where can we improve? And so its original purpose, at least in my view, in the early kind of goal setting here, was to provide an overall snapshot of where the district is from a facilities perspective.
And I will say, you know, in pointing out and going back to the concept of the floor area ratio, if you'll look at those that were red, DCE, Mockingbird, and TCE, that's where the refreshes happened first. And I think that was because it was pretty readily identified that those probably would not be subject to a complete renovation.
And so, Joe, how much?
Oh, I was just gonna revisit our original use, and Jonathan, you were right. That was used as an evaluation tool. But when we used this for the last round of closures, if I recall, there was a quantitative and qualitative component, and this just helped us with the quantitative on how to crunch those numbers. Am I remembering that correctly?
That's correct, because then there's the decision filter. And so this was more the quantitative, take the data and try to evaluate every building in the district on the data, and then use the decision filter to discuss the data, to discuss other qualitative measures.
So that kind of, I'm going to piggyback on President Cavanagh's because big idea. My big question is, how was this iterative from the last time that we went through this conversation? And how was the CERC and our previous process used this time?
So the data was refreshed since the decision to close Pinkerton and to move the DLI program, because a lot of things changed. Enrollment changed. We lost a school. So there were some things that changed with, as far as the data goes, by doing that. Again, it's a snapshot in time. It can change anytime that we make a change, anytime we add a program to a school, anytime that we change bus routes. This data can change, and so we have to use it for its intention, and that is to make sure we are evaluating these factors when we're looking at making decisions about efficiency. You are absolutely right. It was not designed to be a school closure rubric.
So, Ms. Sircar, real quick question then. The data that was updated, so which portions of the evaluation tool were updated and which components are fixed? Because I'm just trying to understand the currency of the information, since that was been a comment or question.
I think you could say the floor area ratio is a fixed number. The natural combinations of attendance zones may be pretty much fixed, except for now, since we no longer have Pinkerton, Wilson's may have changed, Austin's may have changed. Some of those things, yes, are still a subjective sort of evaluation. You're still looking at, let's say, how many miles away are schools from each other. So, but we did update, utility and operational costs. That does include utilities, and it includes maintenance costs at buildings and things like that. So we updated that with current numbers. Bus routes and transportation costs were updated. We provided CERC with the latest information that we had when they evaluated that. And remember that that was back in March. So this data was from March.
So the other aspect that we wanted to review in the rubric are the additional factors. And so if you'll scroll down to those additional factors, there were two that we identified: traffic safety and accessibility, and then the other one being property values and forward planning, or the concept of regeneration. Both of these resonated from our community meetings, from our community dialogue meetings. And so our executive leadership team met, and we believe those needed to be evaluated. If you'll notice, those numbers have been removed in traffic safety and accessibility. We've gotten some good information, some good reports that we believe need to be taken into account. And so we have opted to remove those from the count as a whole. Property values and forward planning regeneration. So I heard a lot about apartments. And by the way, apartments and the townhomes, we value those, okay? I do not want to minimize the students in their enrollment. However, that is not a part of regeneration. Those apartments currently have about 204, somewhere around there, on the east side of the district. What we are talking about is the regeneration is how many new families can we get into CISD when interest rates begin to lower? And I do think that is a factor. And so that's the reason that we did not focus on what we consider to be the multifamily unit. We are actually focusing on those single-family units. We have been offered a couple different, we had a local realtor pull the numbers. We used a half-mile radius for one reason: we didn't want overlap. Our campuses are within 2 miles of each other, so if we use a 1 mile radius, then you are going to start getting overlap. And so we did use a half mile for that. We have had a couple different, realtors that have submitted information. I've actually reached out to the appraisal district. The appraisal district doesn't look at home sales. The appraisal district looks at market value of homes in that area. And so we have asked them to provide some information. And so before you see this rubric one final time, we're going to have that information that we are going to be able to add to this as well. The appraisal district does, they look at, well, they are a part of the taxing process, if that makes sense. They are the ones that determine what home values are. And it's the market value, not the taxable. Your taxable value can be different. If you're over 65, you're going to qualify for different exemptions. And so we are asking for the market value. And so I asked for that today, and I anticipate that we will be getting that sometime. I asked them to have it to us by Thursday. So, anyway, that's a little bit of the methodology there.
Can you help me understand on the regeneration numbers? Are the scores simply an inverse of the value of the homes within half a mile?
In relation to each other, yes, sir.
So you and I talked about this briefly this morning, but I want to ask it here with the rest of the board. One thing I have wondered, because Zonda does our yield per municipality and in different parts of the district, one thing I had wondered is Zonda able to tell us our yield by elementary boundary line? And would that maybe be a different lens or a different way to look at the regeneration piece, or where we're yielding well versus where we're not yielding well?
So they were able to provide those numbers for us, and we can actually post those numbers online. We have there are two reports. There are the reports that evaluate students that are enrolled in an attendance zone, where are they coming from, but then probably more germane to this discussion is the students that live in the attendance zone that go to the attendance zone. And so we do have copies of both of those reports that really provided some good information. And so we can, I think I shared that with you all in our board report on Friday, but it's also probably a good report for us to share with our community as well. And so I think that's something that Ms. Brown can share.
Okay, I want to address one other thing about the housing. So I have heard from community members that we've made a big leap about families with young children not being able to afford our homes in the district. And while that's not unilaterally true, we know there are families in the district with elementary aged kids. I'd like to know if the board has feels like they've heard this same thing over the years with our demographic report, that we have seen a better yield, a faster, easier yield in the southern part of the district in portions where the houses are significantly less at the elementary level than we have in the northern part of the district, the city of Coppell, and that we really have seen secondary parents being the ones typically buying the more expensive homes. I get that that is a generalization and not unilaterally true, but I just wanted a sense from the rest of the board if that has been your sense of what we've heard from the demographer over the years.
It's been consistent, since my time on the board in terms of how they've given the report and kind of the feedback they've given us, that our highest yield is coming from kind of southern part and lower valued homes. The area we're growing now is our secondary being middle and high school, and that's where they're seeing the growth. For the more established families, and I get it, it's generalization on some.
Yes.
There's exceptions to that across the board, but that's been consistent, I think, with the demographers' reports over the years.
Okay. I would love any other thoughts, because I just that's how I've taken it, but we haven't always explicitly talked about it, so.
And I guess I'll add another comment there, because I wasn't on the board, I guess, when you guys were having those discussions about that. But I think kind of the empirical factor is like new additions. Like that happened, like in that time frame, and in a time where there was not this high interest rate environment and home pricing environment that we experienced kind of after COVID and everything else like that. That's what added a lot to the inventory as well, because I think there's probably a lot of houses like in the Valley Ranch and wherever there's comparable to some areas of Coppell as whatever, but we're now in a kind of different financial environment than we were then. But I think the general mix of housing availability in that southern portion in Irving is a lot more variable than it is in the city of Coppell.
So I will address the district that I worked in. The district that I worked in has very similar neighborhoods from the standpoint of we do have neighborhoods that you're seeing homes constructed in, but you also have neighborhoods that are established neighborhoods. They were built in the 80s, and then you have another neighborhood that really began to kick in when zoning restrictions changed around 2000. When we were coming out of COVID and interest rates hit historic lows, you got mortgage rates at 2.75%, 3%. We saw an influx of young families that could afford homes in Sunnyvale, and they settled into what we call the M Streets. And so that's my historic perspective that I kind of bring here, that a lot of those first-time buyers even did not look at being able to still afford the $800,000 home that might be in Stony Creek. So that was, again, the general observations. So.
And I want to piggyback on your comment, Trustee Matthew. I think that has been the case, right? I mean, over time, we've seen that as those home prices have escalated, even for new and used, that has been the case. And then the homes that were built in vacant developed lots, the VDL, as they always talked about, right? That is where you saw an exponential increase in the pricing. And also, you saw a comparable number of individuals coming out of that, either at the upper levels, right, not at the entry levels that you talk about, like pre-K and kindergarten, comparably, like you can, but the numbers, there was a disproportionality there when you saw that. And that's why the secondary has continued to be extraordinarily higher than you have at the elementary level, because you have a disproportionality from the enrollment standpoint.
So again, we will, I'm looking forward to the DCAD report. I'll share that with you, and then we will add it to the rubric as well. So. All right. The next thing we want to talk a little bit about is we want to talk about boundary realignment. We know that we spent some time, but not extensive time on this. We have made one adjustment to the boundary realignment, and I want to highlight that. On the north side of Town Center, what has been the Town Center zone is Parkway. And so, did I say that correctly? Parkway? Yeah. Parkway. Yeah. So we have Parkway. The original rendition was reflective of those two. We've got two tracks in north of Parkway. We had those in the new Austin zone and also in East. And so we have, we met with the demographer, and so those two areas on the, again, that are north of Parkway, we are now recommending they go to Denton Creek and that they go to north. And so, again, just with the thought, we feel like that allows for some easier accessibility, and they're much closer there. So that's one change from what you saw a week ago. It does help us try to balance north. Now, I will say that when we look at East and the numbers that we have in East, this north would provide some opportunity for students that opted to. They could do a transfer request to north should they so choose. Questions about the boundary themselves? Before we go into just general questions.
Well, I mean, general questions about everything. You want to stick on boundary?
Just boundary right now.
So I guess the question I would have, because we have gotten some great feedback on the boundary and thoughts that have come in from the community, and I know the Magnolia Parks one we've received several emails on. Is that something you guys could look at to see if it makes more sense, given their access across Denton Tap, to move over to, or stay with Denton Creek and north?
Yeah, so it's the, can I do this?
Well,
yep. Oh, that's better.
that's better.
Okay. So you're saying
High school.
no. Is it that one?
North. Yeah, sorry, it's further north.
Up here.
It's that one. It's that far north.
That's Magnolia?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess one other thing that I've wondered about the boundary is for a long time, we split Valley Ranch elementary between two middle schools, East and West, back when West was at what's currently CHS 9. So I'm going back a little bit, but we did that for a long time, for more than 10 years. Currently at Town Center, we have kids split between the two elementary schools. If we moved forward with the elementary configuration, would it be possible for the middle school, since I think the numbers you showed us last week, North has the most capacity of the three middle schools? Would it be possible for the families or the neighborhoods north of Sandy Lake to be zoned to Coppell Middle School North, and the families south of Sandy Lake to be zoned to Coppell Middle School East, as it's laid out on, I think, both maps? I don't know, I have not run what that does to our numbers, but that's one thing that I've been chewing on.
As part of that, something I've been chewing on, since that is sort of the reverse happened with Pinkerton and Wilson's consolidation last year. If there's a way to split Wilson's zone in the same way, so that half of Wilson is at north,
And half of Wilson is to
is at east, is a way to balance that in a way that it effectively makes the middle school map the same as what it was a year ago, or similar to what it was a year ago. Just as an I wonder.
So really, you're talking about everybody who was formerly zoned Pinkerton, those neighborhoods going to east.
Okay, let me
basically the south of Wilson zone, Mr. Williams.
Right, get up close.
Yellow.
So, yeah, it would be essentially from this point down. No, this is it, yeah, that's my street, Old Street right here.
You know, I think this is where I have found in the past when we've done rezoning, it has been helpful. I mean, we've had complete workshops dedicated just to rezoning for kind of what I'm hearing here, which is, you know, exploring different options and coming back. I think what I'm hearing is that we'd like to look at different options within the rezoning. Is that an accurate? No, I'm not sitting up there, but is that? I mean, I'm hearing some ideas being thrown about. I mean, I don't know if next Monday those are going to be fleshed out or how that works exactly. I'm just having some pause there.
Trustee Walker, I'm going to agree with you because in the past we would have like 2 or 3 options that we would look at and then look at the numbers holistically. Because if you piecemeal it out like this, you don't really get a full picture of what that does to the maps themselves, right? And so if you take a little time to do that, yeah, I think you get a more accurate understanding of what you're looking at. Is that where you're coming from?
Per usual, exactly, Mr. Hill. You said that much more succinctly, but that's exactly, I know when we kind of just pepper you with stuff, Mr. Williams, we kind of lose the big picture. And yet I think we need the time to be able to go through that. So yes, what Mr. Hill said.
Team, are y'all, is everyone making notes over some of the things that have been suggested so that when we begin to move some shells around? Okay.
Can I interject, not about this topic, but just to remind everybody here that the microphones in this room are extremely sensitive. So the whispering and some of the things that are being said are being broadcast out into the community. So just be mindful of that. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I think hopefully that can happen. I think Lee and Anthony, that might come to your point, right? If we can have those different options of things to talk about on next Monday, then we can kind of work through them because we're just introducing tweaks here.
And so you would not be opposed to splitting elementary zones? And that's what I'm hearing.
I'm hearing that could be an option, right? Like, I mean, I don't know if I'm saying go forth and conquer. I think that is what are some of those different options, and that could be an option. Or is that what you're saying? I'm not saying go with that option.
I'm saying I'm not opposed to exploring that option. I'd like to see if something like that is feasible.
I would agree with y'all. I think if it makes sense, great. We wouldn't know unless we
Ran the numbers.
did some checking.
Yeah, we can look at it because obviously it's been done historically. I think the preference is like, you know, everybody in your 5th grade goes to 6th grade so you can all be together. But, you know, if that's been done and that's feasible, okay, we can look at it.
Well, and for me, if we can do it by neighborhood, that's different than if we're having to split neighborhoods. So if it can be done by neighborhood, that's, I think, where it has some viability for me.
I would agree. I would like to see those options too.
I'll just add, I'd love to hear from the community through feedback and input over the next week. This is the first time we're kind of mentioning these tweaks, and it's been helpful to me at least to hear what people have thought about their specific neighborhoods and where they're zoned. So weigh in.
All right. So really these numbers are reflective of the changes that we had made. And so you do see that the Denton Creek numbers are working toward capacity because of the one small change that we made. But I do think we would have some flexibility for inter-district transfers. So one thing I did want to address was in looking at some what we're calling, we've heard a lot in relation to walkability. if we were to shrink the new Austin zone, again, everything north of Parkway would go to Denton Creek. What I wanted to do is I looked at what the maximum distance is from the far northwest corner of the new Austin zone, what has been town center, and it is 1.5 miles. Now, I don't know the feasibility of a kindergartner walking that. I do think that would create some opportunity for walkability, especially some in the center of the town center area, and then definitely as you work toward the south. Couple things to note. The intersection of Sandy Lake and Hertz and Sandy Lake and Moore, I would recommend that you petition the city for crossing guards there. Sandy Lake is a 5-lane, and while it does have lights there, that would also provide additional security for the students. So just a thought. And then the other one, in relation to walkability, we looked at the south part of the Austin zone, and that's around 2.1 miles from the south part to current Austin. But that does give you an idea that Austin's is a current, even the current zone, it's a expansive district or expansive zone. So. Okay, school finance. School finance, we did want to clarify, we talk a lot about 3 buckets, but there is actually a 3rd bucket, and one of them is the child nutrition bucket. One of the things that we saw was the possibility of using child nutrition funds to help offset the deficit. And so I'm going to ask Ms. Sircar if she would, and you can either use the mic or come up and talk a little bit about regulations when it comes to child nutrition.
Sure. So the Child Nutrition Fund in the elementary schools is federally funded. The school district applies for the National School Lunch Program. And so that money can only, since they are federal funds, can only be spent on the elementary school lunch program. We cannot move money out of that bucket into the general operating fund.
And then the actual prices of the meals are regulated as well.
They are, and actually the district had to raise prices this year, and that information went out to the community this summer that the district needed to raise prices in order to cover food costs. And so we did see quite an increase in costs this year. Prices hadn't gone up for 3 years, but we had to increase them just to cover food costs for that program.
Thank you. Okay, one of the clarifications is personnel, and I this one really hits close to home. When we talked to the staff, we did make the comment that we could not guarantee positions. Here's the reality. So when you are looking at the number of elementary students, let's say that you have 200 fewer elementary students next year than what you had this year. That's kind of what the demographer says. Now, we hope that efforts through expanding enrollment and some of the marketing may change those numbers. But if we have 200 fewer students than we do this time right now than what will be there this time next year, you can figure that we need 10 fewer elementary teachers. I think the concept of if you are consolidating a campus, what happens with the staff, the reality is that every year we are going to have more than 10 vacancies for elementary teachers. You've got around 300 elementary teachers on staff. You're going to need more than 10 positions. And so I am confident that our teaching positions, those teachers will be able to have jobs. When we talk about the guarantee, I know that was commented, that statement was made relating to Pinkerton last year. When we began to have these conversations, we didn't know if we were closing one or if we were going to close two. If you close two, the likelihood doubles, just statistically, right? But closing one, we believe that all of the teaching positions will be able to be filled by town center teachers, if that makes sense. Now, we have single positions, everything from our administrative positions to support. We have music, we have art, and we have STEM, just examples. When we talk about not being able to guarantee, it is those singles. Now, in my opinion, there is a strong possibility that everyone that wants a job in CISD would be able to have a job in CISD. But to be able to, on, I think, September the 22nd, when we had that conversation, for us to say everybody's got a job, basically we give people a verbal contract, it wasn't in the best interest of anyone to do that. We felt like we had to be as forthright with everyone as we possibly could be. When Pinkerton closed, everyone that wanted a job in the district got a job in the district. And I'm going to have Ms. Eichel kind of fill in a couple gaps there. And then really, here's the reality. The morning after it broke on the news, and the headline was their teachers are going to be fired. I got a call that morning from my mother, who is a retired elementary teacher, and she said, "You didn't tell them that, did you?" And I spent some time explaining it, but it really reemphasized to me, and one of the things that I was told was, you've got to be more empathetic. Here's my empathy point, okay? My wife taught in the same pod. Sunnyvale High School did an expansion. They have pods similar to houses at Lee. She taught in a pod with other sophomore teachers. Taught in the same pod for 4 years. Those pod of teachers still get together. I get it. I do understand that. And we want to be as sensitive as we possibly can. And Ms. Eichel's going to talk a little bit about some safeguards that we hope can not only say, yes, teachers, you can continue to be a part of CISD, but how they're going to have maybe even some enhanced flexibility, or flexibility is not the word I'm looking for. Go, Ms. Eichel.
So as Mr. Williams has said, collectively, the CISD leadership and our HR team, our desire and our goal is to place all staff. So I know Mr. Williams has talked specifically about teachers, but when we go into the library, when we talk to the staff, moving forward, it is about all staff. So, the child nutrition workers, the secretaries, the paraprofessionals, the teachers. So all that want a position, have the evaluations and recommendations for a position that we can place everybody for the 26-27 school year. We do have a systematic process that we worked through last year that was very effective. There were some small tweaks that needed to be made, where we both verbally and through electronic means gather input from each and every staff member impacted about their desired placement, what campuses they want to be on, what grade levels, what programs they want to be a part of. And then we make placements, based on the needs and the numbers of the students we have. But we look at certifications. There are required certifications for specific positions. But if there is a desire, we had a couple of individuals last year that felt like the change was a perfect opportunity to add some certifications to their Texas certificate and move into a new role. And when we know the direction we're headed earlier, we can help support, help them prepare, and be able to make those kind of moves. I also want to say we look at seniority, and it won't just be seniority based on the individuals on the campus that we're looking at. when we're looking at, where to place art teachers and music teachers, we will look at seniority across, the district, about who has been in the district the number of years. That is a consideration with placement. And then we look at that input provided. The guarantees that we can give is that with early decisions, quite honestly, this first semester of this year, we can create and place everybody or share that information before we begin the normal hiring season. We would create a hiring freeze, and it honestly wouldn't just be elementary, because some of these singleton, most if not all the singletons, are individuals that are certified pre-K through 12th grade in art or pre-K through 12th grade in music. And so we do have openings typically each year across the district. They might just not be at the elementary level. We can make sure that those placements are made in advance of the contract renewal timeline, so people know before they have to make contract decisions what their placement is going to be. And another big piece last year that we would do the same is we would make those placements in advance of our normal staff transfer process. So we would make decisions, really early first semester, kind of the end of January, beginning of February, and communicate those out based again on the openings that we know of. But things change as the school year ends and even the beginning of the summer. So individuals impacted would have first priority through that normal transfer process if their initial placement is not exactly what they want. If their perfect position opens up, again, before someone else is hired, before someone with less seniority, they would be able to have that transfer approved. So that's a very high level about the steps and the ways that we would take care of our staff and work to provide, a placement for everybody. Another piece that happened last year that we will encourage and hope happens again this year, we're not trying to move anybody out of the district, but there are already people who know that they're going to retire at the end of this year. They may not have made that public knowledge, but they've made that decision. There are individuals who, are expanding their families and know that they're going to stay home as they have children. There are some individuals that have already told us about an upcoming transfer of a spouse. And so one of the things that we will work together is to remind all of our staff, that there's no penalty to let us know you're going to retire or resign at the end of the year, early in the year, so that we know as early as possible what openings that we will have across the district to be able to place everybody in appropriately. So no, we can't say exactly what those are going to be right now, or that we're going to have an exact number of positions. My 11 years in experience in this specific district in human resources leads me to agree with Mr. Williams. I am confident. Can I stand here today and promise 100%? But no, I am very confident based on past staffing experiences that we will be able to place everybody into a position that they want, that wants to remain here in the district.
Mr. Cycle, will you remind me, because I was very happy with it last year, how many out of those teachers that were moved got their first choice campus, first choice of grade level?
So when we gave everybody their initial placement, which was around the beginning of February last year, it was close to 95% of the individuals had their total first choice campus and grade level. The individuals that did not get their first choice got what I called kind of half of their first choice. They either got the campus that they wanted, but not the grade level they wanted, or they got the grade level they wanted, but not the campus that they wanted. So again, that would be our hope. That would be our goal. Of that 5%, almost all of that 5%, by the time summer started and that normal transfer process had happened, they were in their first choice place. So maybe their initial placement wasn't, but as I said, as further openings came about, we extended transfer deadlines for individuals impacted. We gave them first priority, as we've already talked about this evening. So in the end, I'm hesitant to say 100%, but very, very close to 100% of the individuals impacted are sitting in the position that they wanted to be in this year.
And what I'm hearing you guys say is that's your goal moving forward as well. That's your expectation and goal.
That is absolutely our goal.
Any other questions, comments in relation to personnel?
I do have one other comment along these lines with the personnel. I know that people have other interests and desires, and do you capture that as well? If a person wants to move out of, say, being a classroom teacher into an administrative role in this particular scenario, how do you capture those interests of the individuals affected by a discussion like this? Because over the years that I've been here on the board, I mean, we've had financial exigency only once, and that was taken care of, and that was great level of empathy given to those individuals, and people bent over backward to find them places in other districts, right, that they had friends and relationships. And so I think that's the thing that strikes me about anytime you have personnel changes is that level of empathy and compassion, but also a time to reevaluate, reassess individuals who want to move maybe out of elementary to secondary, like at middle school level. So I'm just kind of, when we talk about the numbers are not these huge numbers. These are manageable numbers, and looking at people and moving around. So are the opportunities there, and from a talent management standpoint, and to address and place people and give them opportunities if they have the credentials and the experience?
I'll let Mrs. Eichel address kind of the procedural of that.
So through those discussions and even the electronic collection of input, there are places to make those indications. And so last year we did have some people, in fact, the standard elementary certification is early childhood through 6th grade. So that jumps into middle school. There's some certifications dependent upon when you received your certification are 4th through 6th grade. As I said, most of the specials at the elementary level or in the fine arts area are EC through 12, so they can teach and work at any level. So we did have some individuals that made those choices, and we were able to help place those individuals into different grade levels or different grade bands. We had a couple of individuals that actually jumped because they wanted to from elementary to the high school level and are teaching in the fine arts area and in the area of Spanish at the high school level this year. And as I said, we had 2 individuals that we helped obtain additional certification to get into a new area that they wanted to get into. So that's definitely part of it. I think some of the examples you gave would be considered more of a promotion, maybe moving from a classroom teacher into an administrative role. But we have collected those discussions. We do have some individuals that are certified to move into some different roles that may be considered promotion. And while that wouldn't be an initial placement, we would help them get through the track to go through the interview process, as we would open that up to anybody that would be seeking a promotion. Does that provide the clarity and specifics you were looking for?
Yes, and one other follow-on to that, I know the concept, if you talk about in the corporate world, you talk about upskilling or reskilling individuals. Is there opportunities there that you've seen through the 89th legislative session or 88th that gives opportunity for people to have those opportunities as well? There's short duration and time frame to go and move up from that standpoint.
So even in light of all this and before the legislative session, I'll pat all of Coppell on the back. We've had some grow your own programs, and some of our newer teachers in recent years have been individuals that have started as substitutes with us or substitutes and paraprofessionals with us that we have worked to get into either alternative certification programs or partnerships with colleges and universities to be able to obtain their certification, especially when maybe they already have a degree in a different area. That's worked especially well for some of our special education programs where we've had growing needs and a need to increase in staff. We've seen some of that in our CTE programs where individuals can come into education with that industry experience. And so there are some faster tracks through the new legislative process, but there were some tracks we had already created ourselves here with partnerships in and around the city and the community.
I will say that one of the things that Dr. Brooks and I have discussed is a reboot of what we're calling maybe a leadership academy, where we actually look at teachers and we begin to prepare them for campus leadership, directors, things of that nature. And so we've discussed that. and with the possibility of a partnership with CEF in assisting with some funding of that. So that's something that I'll be handing off to Dr. Shivers. And just as they continue to move forward with that, I think that's a great opportunity because so many of our teachers that may aspire to the next, we don't want to lose them to an assistant principal's job while they are biding their time for one to come open. And so we're excited about that work. We have had to back burner it for the last month, but I do think that is something that we can develop going forward.
I just want to say thank you for that clarification and really in clarity on this issue specifically. And I think as I was sitting here, it was a good reminder to myself too that we're having these discussions because of financial and budgetary reasons. And, this falls in line with our general normal practice, but also, with our budget priorities that we've put together. So thank you guys for that.
And I will say that the one thing that we do not want to have to do as a district is any sort of RIF. And that's the reason that bold conversations have to be had. So. All right. So the next thing that we have is a board discussion. So I'd love to hear your comments, your feedback, specifically what homework do you have for us? And so I will open it up, and staff, if you'll help me take notes with this as well. So.
Guys, I'm going to jump in right here, President Cavanis, if that's okay. I have a 6:15 a.m. flight that we're leaving at 6:15, so I just have a few more minutes. And is that okay, President Cavanis?
It is. What time is it there?
5:23 a.m. We started this bad boy at 2 a.m., my friends. So I'm but grateful to be here, grateful for the discussion. Pardon?
Thank you. Go for it.
Okay. This is not on this agenda item, but I just want to say, Mr. Williams, in a public forum, thank you so much for your energy and attention that you've brought to all of this. I would just echo what everyone said earlier when you said we had to get on the ball and start talking about the issues. But I just want to say out loud, I appreciate what you have brought to the table. It's been incredible. So I won't bury the lead. I've got two things. Number one, I love Cowboys United. Number two, I'm not sure Town Center is the choice. Okay, so those are my two big ideas. I'll go back to Cowboys United. I love that there's a framework for us to be making these decisions, to have hope and be moving forward. I think our community wants to understand a strategy and a bigger picture. I love the open enrollment. I've been wanting the grandparent and then the and open enrollment, and then the CISD legacy is just icing on the cake. I'd never even thought of that. So some of that new way of thinking, Mr. Williams, that paradigm shift of hope and what we are about, and that we are the choice. There's so much within that I really am excited for and really, really like. To my second point, I don't know if so then my question is, how do we use our facilities and locations to best achieve Cowboys United? And I when I look at it and I come back to what a fellow trustee said, Manish Sethi said many years ago, if we were going to build schools right now, where would we build? And when I think of that, Town Center seems to me, you heard it so much tonight. And so I'll finish that thought. Town Center is such a draw location and facilities wise. And so as I'm looking at that vote on Monday, I really need to understand regeneration and that factor. I have a lot of questions. I always ask for a heat map of like where the kids actually are. When I saw one that was in the CERC, it wasn't presented to us, but presented to CERC, and I saw it. I was surprised, frankly, that the Austin homes that we're talking about, we don't have as many young kids there as I would have thought. And so I have a lot of pause around and questions in terms of homework around the regeneration. What really is going to bring, which location is really going to have that be a big factor? Because as we've seen, Town Center is unique with everything that it has around it. That is a unique campus. So just to throw that out there, those are my two kind of gut thoughts. I'm going to try and hang on as long as possible, but Mr. Williams, I didn't want to surprise you in any way next Monday. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you.
So I'll jump in just because I agree with Trustee Walker on a good bit of that. And in particular, I've got questions on the regeneration piece and whether or not lower home prices mean more elementary students versus higher home prices mean fewer elementary students. The map is sort of surprising. The rezoning map has the list of kind of number of students. And to me, the data is it's a little surprising. It doesn't seem to show exactly that correlation. And so if you guys have demographers reports from the past that show that correlation, I'd really love to see it. And it would help cement my thinking at least on that piece, which is an incredibly important component to me.
I'll weigh in on that conversation. I think, the Cowboy United and that whole concept of looking at it, I've been a big proponent of opening it up more. I'm not saying you open it up just to everybody, but strategically, you can do that. I go back to a gentleman that I went to high school with. I went to a choice high school, grades 7 through 12, and that was his thing. He's like, look, we have a gold mine here, and I think Coppell is a gold mine. When we go out and about to various organizations, whether it be North Texas Air Association, whether it be at TASB or SLI, and when I'm sharing out, people are like, wow, man, I wish I could be a part of, Coppell ISD. And I think that, Coppell in this day and age is even a higher standard of excellence than people really realize and can appreciate. So I think, to your point, Trustee Powers, you can look at these demographer reports all day long, and they're going to be all over the place with you. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get this thing where you're going to get this synergy and the seamlessness of, wow, that makes sense, and that's going to last for 4 or 5 years. You get one. Seriously, you can get one from 2021. If you can look online and look at all the demographer reports, you're going to be all over the place. One year, you're going to be like, wow, we're going to be maxed out. We have people everywhere. And then another time, you're going to look, we got pockets that we have a decline in enrollment for one reason or another. So those things, you got to use a little bit of your gut instinct, intuition, as well as the data itself, and then kind of look at the strategies and figure out, does that make sense and that's palpable to grow that. I think, when we look at the second part of the discussion is, what's right in terms of campuses. Obviously, there's room for pause, right, to figure that out, to understand that, and does that make sense? Because I look at things from two perspectives. Short term, in the immediate need, I know expenses are a big deal, and we've got to figure that out. If this isn't the right way, we got to find it somewhere else. Or can we generate revenue to offset that, right? That's another component I think that we lean into. That's where the Cowboy United, and that is an opportunity for us to be successful. But I think we just have to weigh in and have some really, really intricate discussions. I don't know what the right answer is, but I think we have to have the right discussion to figure out what the right answers are. And I think that's what we're going to have to continue to do on Monday. I don't think it's automatically going to be here, and we may have to pause a little bit and rethink the direction to figure out where we rebalance. But I do know we do have to get our numbers down. We have to make sure that we are financially sound as well.
No, go ahead.
The Cowboys United plan is really well thought, and a lot of work has gone into that plan. I really like the idea of, talking about and exploring, adding more things just to, keep us in that competitive environment. And then we have also, there is so much that we can offer through our public schools. So that is really impressive about the whole plan. Now, my questions are, and I know we have talked about these things in different meetings in response to different questions, but when we meet next time, maybe if you can put together the clear alignment between from the work we started, the rubric and the decision filter and the CERC committee and community dialogue, just kind of flow of the philosophy or, just how it's done and how they are all aligned. And at the end, how that is all aligned with the strategic plan of our district. I think I would love to see that flow next time. And also, lesson learned from last year, I'm just wondering, either way, consolidation or not, but we are talking about these things in, different campuses and boundary realignment, and it is coming in our discussion. I'm just wondering that, how are we making sure that our learners and our, teachers and staff, and how are we making sure that, just thinking about their well-being. I'm thinking about their social, emotional side of it.
I think the Trustee Walker and Trustee Powers, I think your regeneration questions will be answered, hopefully. Additional information. I think that, as part of everything, is a factor in the overall decision. It is not the deciding factor. None of these things individually seem to be the deciding factor of what it is. I have a specific question before I kind of launch into anything else about the open enrollment and yield to date. If we could look at that for the next time. Because this is a holistic approach here. We kind of alluded to it a little bit last time, right? Like, there's a case to be made that we would close 2 elementary schools based on the number of enrollment deficiencies that there are, especially expenses as well. And we are taking a calculated, digging your back foot and lean forward approach, at least this as is presented, about how to not do that, how to not close 2, and as you alluded to at the last meeting. So that is one thing I want to understand a little bit deeper about open enrollment. And the other thing, and I know this has been said a lot, right, about like if you could build a school wherever you'd want it, where you would do it. I mean, I don't want to lean in a little bit here and say it, but like, we're talking about Coppell ISD as a general region, right? And if you're thinking about that, I'd probably be thinking somewhere around Beltline and Denton Tap, somewhere around there. Ironically, that was one of the places that Pinkerton was close to in terms of what that was, but we couldn't expand it, and we had a whole different regions, a number of different reasons why we couldn't do that. At least in my mind. And we have to be thinking about kind of holistically what needs to happen. Now, I don't know how it's going to go, and there's a lot more information to be had and numbers crunched through to think about it, and we all have to talk about it. But I wanted to throw that out there, at least from an opinion standpoint. We have to think holistically about the direction of the district and what's good for everyone here.
I mean, that's something I had written down, like our focus has to be what's best for Coppell ISD, right? Like, we have to do what's best for the entirety of the district, and, we have a significant portion of our kids that don't live within the Coppell city limits, right? And so we have to be looking, I think, Secretary Matthew, to your point, holistically at this. And I go back to, why are we having this discussions, right? What brought this here? It was the board's task, really, to Dr. Hunt earlier this year, and to Mr. Williams in that transition after his retirement. As part of our multi-year balanced budget plan, to look at our facilities, look at what we need to do in order to put ourselves on a path to sustainability. Like, we can't lose focus on, that's the reason we're having these discussions. Closing a school is hard. Like I get it, I know. If the answer is, if there is an answer that says we can get there without closing a school, great, let's see it. bring those ideas. I know what the ideas are, right? You mentioned it, it's a RIF, and for those that don't know what that acronym is, that's a reduction in force. That means we're cutting the things our community tells us we value, right? Our fine arts, our STEAM, our STEM, and these are things, not at elementary, these are K through 12, or really EC through 12, the whole entirety. So the alternatives aren't that great, but if there's some new alternatives, that's the things I would want to see. Because I think at the end of the day, while we may want to say no to everything that is brought forth, we've got to say yes to something. And our time frame for saying no is dwindled. Like, if it's not this, it's going to be something else. So that's the alternatives I would want to see. If we're going to say no, then I think we got to have those alternatives, and we got to be willing next week to have that discussion of what it is we're willing to do in the face of financial adversity, because that's why we're here. And we've been lucky enough to kind of muddle along. We've gotten a little bit of help this legislative session, but it's not enough. Open enrollment's not enough. We've talked about this for 5 years. So I think that for me is it. And I think the other question, and you may can answer this one tonight, Mr. Williams, is, let's talk about, a little more about the process, because I don't imagine in our discussions, I know you weren't sitting in a back room with a see-through visor on, making this recommendation. You've got your executive leadership team, cabinet, like there was a lot of people involved, that brought us to the recommendation, which is what we asked of you, is bring us your best recommendation or what you think is best. And it involved a lot of people in this room and many people that aren't here. I'm talking educational experts, right? I think people that have guided this district for years, and we're not an A-rated district. We're not a sought-after district without that kind of leadership and expertise. So, for me, I would be interested in, the scenarios that you guys did look at, what was eliminated, how you got to where this is, because I think that is important to the discussion to know, this is the best recommendation in your view or in the team's view, if this is what's being brought forth, that we should move forward with this. So that's where I'm at as we move forward from tonight. And again, there's going to be more community input, but I want to factor that into our discussions as I know we have up to this point, and we'll continue to do so.
While I see you taking notes on what David said, I think on the process, for me, it's like, what was the evolution of the process? I suspect that maybe things didn't end where you guys originally in the beginning thought they would. And so I think that could be potentially insightful and helpfoul for people.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah. So I, have been sitting here thinking, at a 30,000 foot view, what we've been doing, honestly, for those of us that have been on the board 5 years or longer, we've been having this conversation, and we set priorities. And for staff, while we can't make promises, y'all, staff was on our list 5 years ago as the number one thing. We know it is what impacts what happens in the classroom. We know our staff is who makes Coppell ISD. So I think the board's been clear about that. I think our executive leadership team, our interim superintendent, our previous superintendent, that's been one of our very number one lenses. We have made hard decisions in favor of staff when it's meant doing other things instead. So I think that's just important to remind people, if you're new on the journey, this journey is not new. We have been on this road for a very, very painfully long time at this point. I'd also like to say, from that 30,000 or 50,000 foot view, I know some people are emailing us wanting there to be a singular magic bullet answer, and there just isn't. This dollar amount we're talking about, we have been chipping it away at it. We have been doing things, and there's not a singular one. And so to that end, I like Cowboys United for two reasons. I feel like it's a push-pull, it's a both and. We're not only taking things away and cutting, we're looking at strategic, leverage, smart ways to potentially generate revenue that we know from data and know from what we've done with limited open enrollment already, that they have a high likelihood of working. There's a high likelihood we can get some of the kids back in that are already living in the district, going other places for other reasons. If we offer some of these choice elementary things that, Dr. Shivers is going to flesh out. I mean, I respect that, Mr. Williams, that you gave us a framework without completely tying Dr. Shivers' hands. And I know that has been a really, really a tightrope to walk. So I appreciate you giving us a framework and moving us forward and not committing her to things that she may not believe in, or she may not agree with, or she may get feedback from the community aren't the right direction. So I feel like we've done the best we can. You guys have of striking that right balance, and I think you've come as close to getting that right as is possible. So I'm excited about what the possibilities are. I don't love that we don't have more of that to share with everybody, but it's because community input and feedback is valued. And I think that is one of the strategic ways that we can get the right families in through maybe expanding limited open enrollment and getting some people who live in our boundaries back in our schools and in our classrooms. So I love Communities United for that reason. And I love Communities United because I think sometimes we forget that the school district is twice the size of City of Coppell. And we're responsible for kids in 5 different municipalities. And I know the City of Coppell and its values and the people that Coppell's back is built on are a huge reason that made the school district so amazing. And yet, my son, who's going to be 24 in 2 weeks, when he was in kindergarten, all we had was Valley Ranch down in Valley Ranch. We had Valley Ranch Elementary. It was really the City of Coppell, the school district is, and that is just not the truth anymore. So I like that Cowboys United talks about us as a united CISD community. We just can't be tone deaf and be only City of Coppell centric. And I think that's, personally, I'll just say, I think that would be irresponsible of us as trustees of all of the students of CISD. A couple of other things. I support the 3 things that staff removed from the rubric. Even though we didn't necessarily know about them beforehand, the fact that we got criticism last year that those could be gamified, I think that removing those 3 was responsive to the community's feedback and part of an iterative improvement in the process. And so I thank all of you guys for knowing that and seeing that and doing that. And I like on the boundary realignment, the idea of moving kids north. In 2019, we talked about, we've got space in the northern part of the district. How do we leverage that? And I know it means some busing, but using space where we have it to kind of offset where we still are having some growth or slower stabilization, to me makes a lot of sense. So I thank you for bringing that forward, because it was something that we talked about a lot years ago, and we just have never made kind of that bold move on. So I don't have a lot of questions left. I guess probably my one big question, besides what I already said, is, I've heard feedback from some of the town center families that perhaps it would be more tolerable to move west and east from town center than south to Austin, that crossing those roads doesn't seem as onerous or as concerning, and those campuses are already zoned to north anyway. So I think that's one thing I'm kind of kicking around and wondering. The other thing I'm wondering, but I don't really have it firm in my mind, if it comes with a cost, and so I don't know about the offset cost. But the thing that I've wondered is one idea that's been floated by us about moving the campuses that are going to be expanded and keeping town center where it is. To be clear, I think that's a little town center centric solution, but moving kids that we already were going to be moving for the next 2 years. So that's fewer kids being moved. But the thing that I two things I worry about with that. One is, what does that do to staff morale if they know that in 2 years, potentially their campus is going to be closed? And what does that do potentially to pre-K, K, and first grade enrollment? Would you hit pause and choose, you know, a daycare that offers private kindergarten to give it a year because you don't know what's going to happen with the campus? So I've been noodling on that idea. I think it's an intriguing idea, but I think it has some potentially significant downsides that have not been vetted in the process. And I think, in the spirit of not kicking the can down the road or saving these problems for a future board, if we went down that road, I think we probably would still need to consider potentially naming a campus that would be closed at the end of those 2 years. But it would give the marketing campaign an opportunity to kind of see what happens a little bit. I don't think we're going to have enough to not have to close any schools, but I do think we could come closer to filling the 9 campuses that we would be left with. So I don't know if I think that that's the answer, but it's something I'm just trying to figure out how we calculate the downside, because there is a risk with doing that.
So this is known as wait time in education. Waiting for further questions or comments.
I'll say one other thing. I agree with staff not making a recommendation to close 2 schools right now. I think that if we can get Cowboys United going and we can get the community all behind this, talking to our neighbors who are going to charter schools, talking to people who are doing different things, I think it is an opportunity for the community to come together and prevent us from having to close another school. And that honestly feels really encouraging from the conversations that I thought we would be having when I was contemplating all this in May.
Can I jump in on that and just ask, you know, in your view for Cowboys United, when we're measuring success, is that, you know, preventing closing a second school a few years from now? Is that hitting a certain target? Kind of how would you think about it if you were us over the next couple of years?
You know, I think you have to focus on what the target of the program itself is. So if you're talking about the holistic Cowboys United, the first thing would be surveys. You know, I would love to see surveys 2 years from now. Let's baseline it, okay? Let's baseline now, and then 2 years from now, what's the general impression about, for lack of a better term, the unity of the district? You know, that it's the are we still 16 independent campuses, or are we truly united in our approach? That would be one. If you're talking about specific metrics, we know that we have around 700 students that live in the district, but they attend charters. A metric would be how many of those students are we bringing back into the district? A metric would be choice programs that we are providing. And by the way, we talked about this last week, but this group is going to be responsible for helping us design choice programs. You know, it can't be top down. You know, Dr. Shivers is good, but she doesn't need to formulate that plan. You know, it must be a grassroots approach to that, including the experts in the field, Ms. Martin, and that's the elementary principals. You know, the time that I've spent with them it's been insightful, and I think that, you know, has to continue. But what do those choice programs look like? Have we made inroads when it comes to things like our legacy enrollment, grandparent, things of that nature? We can't look at the trough, but the trough is there. We get that, all right? I understand in looking at the demographer numbers, the low point is 4,500 students. That's not efficient if we have 9 campuses, so we have to be aggressive in how we approach that. And so I think there are some measurables, but by the way, the measurables have to be in place, and that has to be a part of the design of this itself. I'm going to address why this is framework instead of rolling out here's the plan. I was a new superintendent walking into a new district. I had the opportunity to help design what Sunnyvale High School was going to be all about. They had passed the bond. They said, this is the framework. But my job over the next 4 years was to move from concept to a graduating class. And I want Dr. Shivers to have that opportunity to put a stamp on her own approach. And by the way, so impressed by how she's come in, and we're not going to have to teach her what it's like to be a cowboy or a cowgirl. I mean, she gets that, and I think that's important. Instead of us developing something and then handing her a metaphorical playbook to carry out, I don't think is the approach. And so I do look forward to watching this from afar on the other side of Dallas County, how this develops. So I know that's a long answer, but that's kind of the vision.
It's helpful. Thanks.
All right. So we've got our homework. We have an ELT in the morning that we will begin to. Don't we have an ELT in the morning? We've got an ELT in the morning.
Just a few hours.
Yeah. And so we'll have an ELT in the morning as we start the process of going forward. We do have an additional town hall Wednesday night, and so we'll have an opportunity to possibly even answer additional questions at that town hall. Okay? All right. We're not into closed session.
We're not. We're now into the consent agenda.
Okay.
President Cavanis,
Ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve consent as presented.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and second to approve consent as presented. Any discussion on these items?
I just have one quick comment. The campus improvement plans, I just want to say a shout out to all the principals for the work that they've done, to the central administration staff that have participated in that process. I think, this is the foundation where the work takes place. A lot of times people don't look at it and they think that, we do things just independently, but, that is the roadmap, and, utilizing the dip that's there, but also going back to Trustee Bravo's comments earlier, and the connection here is the strategic plan that we have, and then it's the CBAS that Ms. Williams talked about time and time again. These things are all aligned, and that work comes together through that. So I want to say thank you for putting in the hard work and efforts to put that together, and for each of us to look at each of those independently, as well as Victory Place. So I know they don't have to, but they do it anyway. So shout out to them.
And let me define what CBAS is. CBAS is community-based accountability systems. It is our approach that we are more than what the STAR is. Our responsibility to the residents, the citizens, and most importantly, the students of Coppell is a higher standard than what the state sets. And I am incredibly proud to have been a 1/100th of 1%, but being able to announce 47 national merit semifinalists. But it's that type of work, without question, that makes this place unique. Wednesday, we will actually be at the big CBAS conference. It will be in Royce City, where schools from across the state that are doing similar work will be there. And your new superintendent's going to be going with us. She's going to be indoctrinated into what we call TPAC. I've been asked to present at TPAC simply because I am one of the elder statesmen. And so I'm looking forward to being with that group. But it is such good work. So.
All right, hearing no further discussion, we'll take a vote. All in favor? The motion passes 6-0. And that will take us to our one other item for tonight, which is discuss and consider adopting a resolution nominating candidates for election to the Board of Directors of the Dallas Central Appraisal District. So as as an entity, a member within DCAD, we have the ability, should anybody so choose, to nominate someone to serve on the DCAD board, and that's what this opportunity is for. And then, and I don't have the calendar in front of me, but there will be an opportunity down the road to actually place our votes. We have so many votes allotted to us for those people that are running for the board.
I wanted to know what Anthony thought about this because I saw Kevin Carbo, who we know was on this, and I think he's been great. And I know with the legislature adding this as relatively new legislation the last biennium, I think it's a little messy because some of these people only got one-year terms as they were trying to get everything staggered and righted from the new legislation. So I didn't know what you thought about, since this is new to us, what you thought about at least nominating Kevin.
Kevin spoke to me when we were at Tasby
Yeah.
about this. I know we get 46 votes allocated to that. And I know he's interested in continuing what he said to me. I don't know if President Cavadis, if you received any correspondence, anything from him in regards to that, because I know that the deadline for that is prior to the next regular board meeting,
Yes.
which is the other reason for this conversation. So I appreciate Trustee Bentley in regards to that.
So Kevin's district and the one that I served in are neighbors, and I've long known Kevin Carbo. He would be a great representative for the suburban voice on DCAD.
Agreed.
So, very much.
I have not received anything from him, but do know the name, and the reputation is stellar.
Top notch.
Absolutely.
I mean, I guess I don't know, because it says the nomination has to be made by a resolution adopted by our governing body. So I don't know if we can make a motion to pass that resolution and then have it drawn up, or since this
Resolution
is
is
new.
attached to what we have in board book here.
Yeah, I have it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm missing.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, I
like
didn't get
page
all the way
6.
down there. Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry. All right,
Just nominate and then execute next time.
I move that we pass a resolution nominating Kevin Carbo to continue on the Dallas Central Appraisal District Board.
I would second that, and then the number of votes too. So because you can split the votes, or you can give him all the votes.
I would add to my motion that we give him all of our votes.
So we have a motion in second.
Second.
That to nominate Kevin Carbo and allot all of our votes towards his nomination. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a vote. All in favor? The motion passes 6-0. That will conclude the action items. It'll take us to our board discussion and report items. Trustee Bentley, you're first, followed by Trustee Ravel.
I will keep it relatively brief, but 6 of the 7 of us were able to attend portions or all of the TexEdCon, which is our annual TASB conference. It was held in Houston this year. Our keynote speakers were Anthony Trucks, Justine Frolker, and Kevin Brown, and the topics were things like identity shifts of organizations or yourself personally, emotional resilience, and creating extraordinary experiences. I actually thought Kevin Brown, if anybody has not seen him on YouTube, it's worth watching him. He was amazing. Because of the construction happening at the Dallas Convention Center and the San Antonio Convention Center, we will be in Houston again next year for TexEdCon. But there were some great sessions really relevant to us, like how do you prevent superintendent burnout? How do you build collaborative relationships with your superintendent and your board? Some great sessions about advocacy. Joby and I attended the Board Officer Institute, which was a refresh for me and a new one for him, but we had great conversation being in those sessions together. And again, it's just a great place for connections and relationship building with other districts and hearing ideas and contextualizing how we stack up to other districts and the challenges other districts are having. So it's just some good context. And we did also have sessions, if you wanted to attend, by the Lieutenant Governor and the Commissioner of the Texas Education Agency. Then I'll move on to legislative. So not much new has happened legislatively since the second special session, but we are waiting for a lot of interpretations. And so I think what I'll say at a really high level, you've seen some things incorporated in the district already, like securing devices at our campuses, which had to take effect very quickly. We had to pass a budget assuming that the 2 November tax measures are going to pass for people to be able to, I just totally lost the word, but anyway, your taxes, where you can, thank you, your homestead exemptions are increasing for all citizens, but also for seniors and those with disabilities. So we had to pass our budget assuming those things were going to pass. So we've seen some little things, but I think the thing that I would say to the board and caution our community is the last legislative session, we were half to all the way through the school year before all the interpretations happened. Some of them did have financial impacts. It is the strangest way to operate an organization I think that I've ever experienced, but it is what we are required to do by law. So stand by, because I think you will see policy things happening at our board meetings throughout the entire academic year as we get those interpretations from the commissioner. And with that, I will conclude my report and turn it over to Trustee Ravel.
Thank you, Nicole. Okay, so Trustee Walker and I are part of the School Library Advisory Committee this year. So the School Library Advisory Committee had their first meeting on September 16th. We all met right here at 5:30. The committee, the agenda for the first regular meeting is to review procedures, elect committee leadership, and vote on book titles for recommendation to the Coppell ISD Board of Trustees. The meeting began with a brief icebreaker to build collaboration, followed by an overview of the committee's purpose, responsibilities, and expectations, including meeting norms, agenda procedures, and voting requirements. Angie Mahalik was voted for committee chair, and Anne Marie Cummings was voted as committee secretary. The committee reviewed proposed book titles for board consideration. Librarians supported the process by answering questions and sharing insights. Members were also encouraged to use Mackin accounts to review title details. Several books originally listed for grades 5th to 9th on the elementary list will be reclassified as secondary titles to better align with appropriate grade levels. The committee voted 7-0 to forward the recommended titles to the Board of Trustees for consideration. Members were reminded that a quorum of at least 50% is required for voting, and that votes must be occur in person. Along with the agenda discussion, some important context about the work and expertise of Coppell ISD librarians were shared, and I thought that was really impressive. So librarians thoroughly review each title they consider, averaging about 10 minutes per book, and typically select 800 plus titles annually, representing over 133 hours of review time. Each campus library is curated to meet the unique needs of its students and community. Librarians manage library budgets from both district and campus funds. Elementary librarians typically see 20 plus classes per week and coordinate year-round programming, including author visits and community events. Coppell ISD librarians are recognized as leaders at the state level also. Librarian Anu Khosla serves on the Texas 2x2 committee, which produces an annual list of 20 recommended books for children from age 2 through grade 2. Brenna Conway serves on the Texas TASHA's committee, which develops an annual recommended reading list for students in grades 9 through 12. And then Britt Plotsky is regarded as an expert in manga and graphic novels and is frequently consulted by other districts and publishers for professional development. Their collective expertise not only informs Coppell ISD's library selection, but also contributes to shaping recommended reading lists used across the state. That concludes my report.
Trustee Hill.
All right. Three quick things. The Coppell Chamber of Commerce Education Committee met on Wednesday, September 3rd at 9 a.m. in the Chamber's office. The first key discussion items and actions, the first Teacher and Student of the Month presentation was held on that same day. A little bit later after the conclusion of the meeting, the Teacher of the Month was Andrea Pirtle from CTE. She's a CTE teacher there. And then the Student of the Month was Annabelle Perk, who was recognized here in the boardroom in August. The next Teacher and Student of the Month will be on Wednesday, October 1st at New Tech. Next is the State of Education Breakfast, tentative date. Always send it until we get there, February 10th. And it will be more of a lunch instead of a showcase of fine arts as in the past. The junior board members or high school students will be given an opportunity to learn about how a Chamber of Commerce operates. That work has concluded. Ms. Angela Brown has participated as a part of that process, and the selection of the members is sometime in October. And then last on this one is Robin Aquinagua, Chamber President, is working on revising the bylaws, which will be for the CCDF, which will require the Executive Committee to approve, and it'll be a change in the process that they have today. So this committee, as we know it, will have a different purpose or be incorporated into another organization. Next, the Bond Oversight Committee met on Monday, September 15th at 6 p.m. They were in the Coppell High School library classroom. There were 3 new members that joined, Robert Martinez, Bhaskar Ganta, and Daryl Goss, all actively participated. And then Mr. Sid Grant coordinated the tour of the Fine Arts Rehearsal Building with the committee members, along with members from Core Construction. They were received a lot of good questions, and there was a lot of great conversation that took place. And then the second part of that, Mr. Grant presented tonight all those summaries of everything that's going on with the status, with the reconciliation of the projects year to date, and also Mr. Dwight Goodwin updated the committee on the technology projects taking place. Last but not least, the North Texas Area Association of School Boards, which I am a board member of and serve as the vice president for this year. Well, we met a couple times during TexEdCon. First, during the breakfast, Regions 10 and 11 were able to come together and network. And just for people who really are not familiar with that, school board trustees don't get the chance to come together and just sit around and just get to know one another. And that's what that was all about. 80 people had signed up for that. And so I appreciate all the board members that came out. Mr. Joby Matthew, Ms. Nicole Bentley. I got Mr. Jonathan Parlow, Ms. Ravel, Trustee Ravel over there. Thank you all for coming out for that. It's always greatly appreciated. Then we went back Saturday. It was the area associations. And so there are just a couple area associations like NTASB across the state. We're the most active. President Catherine Sells from LISD, and then myself, I serve as the vice president of that. We had an opportunity to just chit-chat, meet with the Houston area as well as the Central Texas. There's one other that is forming from East Texas, and he was trying to get ideas from us on how to come together, put programs together, how to get people out there and encourage. Last but not least, Trustee Ravel, myself, and Dr. Shivers attended the Northwest ISD. It was the first NTAS meeting of the year. It was on Wednesday, September 24th from 6 to 8 p.m. in their new administration building. We got an opportunity to tour that building and see that. The attendees Region 10 and 11, once again, key discussion was Connected Districts, Connected Futures. It was a round-robin dinner in a discussion panel. It was the 2 superintendents from Northwest ISD and HEB talking about board superintendent relationships, how to build those together and work collaboratively, even in difficult times. And that concludes my report. President Cavanis.
Thank you. That will conclude our board reports tonight and actually conclude our agenda. I will take one final motion.
I move that we adjourn.
All right, motion and second to adjourn. Any discussion? Here none, we'll take a vote. All in favor? That motion passes 6-0. We're adjourned at 10:11.